Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here, holding it down. Texas Sports Unfiltered on the midday. Zay, how you doing on this hump day?
Can't complain, man. Can't complain. Happy hump day, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Oh, we're doing good, man. We're doing good. We'll talk to our man Chris Hummer, the
Homer.
portal guru. About 2:30, we'll have John McClain on as well. He's normally on Friday, but he's got some stuff going on Friday, so kind enough to join us on a Wednesday, which we greatly appreciate.
Absolutely.
And, we'll talk a little playoff football. The dream comes to an end for my Houston Texans.
Damn.
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 That was like a crash landing.
Yeah, it's just how they went out. When you have a defense of that caliber, your offense just can't mess up. As the Trent Dilfers of the world, I put Jim McMahon in there. Like, Jim did his thing. He did just enough, but he ain't no gold jacket guy. Neither is Brad Johnson. So that 02 Buccaneers team, 85 Bears, 2000 Ravens, all you got to do is just not muck up as an offense. And look, all those teams had a solid running game where it made it easier for the quarterback too and to control the clock. But still, just don't buck up. And CJ Stroud, 4 turnovers, Mark's fumbling that thing, 5 total. It's hard to overcome that. You got lucky against Pittsburgh, 3 turnovers, but it's hard to overcome 5.
Like how good is New England? And in Denver, we know their defense is legit. I mean, New England's defense has been good. I look at, everyone's like Jarrett Stidham, coming in for the Broncos. But Sean Payton's gotten guys ready. Teddy Bridgewater went 5-0 with the Saints when Sean Payton was there. Taysom Hill played some quarterback and won. Jameis Winston played some quarterback and won. I know this is the playoffs. This is different. But, I'm tempted to take the Denver Longhorns in this one.
Oh, man.
Huh?
I mean...
What?
I mean, look.
What you mean?
What you mean?
What you mean? You gave me that hook.
I like the Denver Longhorns. Shout out to PJ Locke. Shout out to John A. Barron. All those little Jordan Humphrey. Shout out to those guys representing. I'd love to see them dudes in the Super Bowl. John A. Barron, year 1, up and down season, but you get a ring. That's sweet. Dan Neal, he could attest to that. Just, this is what it's like. This is what my first year in the league is like, which I'm sure we got to have Dan Neal on with all this Broncos stuff. But I'm starting to really respect the Patriots because I've been like that too. Like, what have they done? 4th place schedule. You see the wins that they've had. They're against teams that aren't in the playoffs. They're against teams that are below 500. So, yeah, it's easy to look at the Patriots and say, who have you beaten? But they continue to win, and they keep getting dealt these terrific hands with Bo Nix being out, and they're capitalizing on them. And Drake May, he has his moments where he looks like a second-year, very young quarterback, but he also has his moments where you're like, damn, that's sweet. Like, we've been talking about that booty pass for the last 3 days, and it needs to continue to be talked about because that one-handed catch, who it was on, that's the only place Drake May could put it. You got the best corner in the league guarding you. You got to make sure that thing perfect place. And it was. So Drake May, Stephon Diggs, crazy ass. Like they're just handling their business. And it seems like a lot of luck is going their way. But you've been around sports a long time. You need a little bit of luck to win championships. And New England right now, they're getting that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kiss of death. Not Mario Ellie, souls. Not Mario Ellie. Kiss of death. One of my favorite shots in NBA history.
I climbed on that Texans bandwagon and they did nothing but win.
You jumped on early. I jumped
on early. They won 9 in a row. So I'm not, I mean, I had, you know, look, I've had some kiss of death moments. My fantasy team is called the Kisses of Death. But I'm not taking the fall for this one. That's gonna be CJ.
Yeah.
Hey, I said Miami would cover in the national championship game.
You did have that.
So
that line was so high, man. But that line was so high.
Yeah, but then it came back down once the Sharps put their money on Miami.
Yeah.
And they all made money. Public got trounced on that one.
Yeah, I know Mario Cristobal. He probably hasn't slept yet. Poor guy. How could you? Like, just a few mistakes, man. Ruben Bain jumping off sides. Homeboy blocking the kick, blocking the punt. Let's just
kicker clanking one off the goalpost.
Wasting the scholarship on Bert Auburn. Wasted it. He thought he had a battle. I'm sure that's how they went into the season. Yo, we got a battle at the kicker spot. We got a battle. Then they realized, oh man, this Bert Auburn guy, where was that 2022, 2023 version? Where is that guy? Doesn't exist anymore. That guy that doesn't exist. If he can't play over oh boy that's been clanking them the last month, then yeah, that was a miss. That was a miss. They wasted that scholarship on old Bert, which sucks, man. I don't like to say that. I don't want to say that. But you're in the championship game and you can't rely on your kicker. And I'll give him grace because that win was howling at College Station for that round 1 game. Like those guys, Marcel Reed, Carson Beck, they didn't even want to throw the ball because that win was so crazy. So it definitely affected the kicking. I'll give him grace on that. But after that, when you're playing in domes for the rest of the year and you're out here clanking stuff and Mario Cristobal looks down on the bench and you see Bert and you have no confidence to put him in the game after kicker 1 is struggling his ass off, that tells me a lot, man. That tells me a lot of how they felt about Bert. They had zero confidence in Bert Auburn. They knew they missed on that. They knew they missed. And he was probably on South Beach wilding. They found that out probably in September. Like, damn, he a party boy?
That's
we didn't know he liked the party.
That's all you.
No, that's all. No, shout out to my man, intern Brock, that said he saw Bert on 6th Street with 3 honeys. That
One
ain't
time.
on me. That ain't on me.
That was probably Bert's best night on 6th Street.
Yeah, so hey, man.
3 honeys.
Spade to spade. He's with 3 honeys. I respect it.
Yeah.
I love the hustle. You know, 3 honeys on your arm. If you could do it, live it up.
Those girls like them tight curls.
That's what I'm saying. They probably rubbing their hands through his hair and stuff. Oh, yeah, massaging it. Yeah. Burt probably had a good night, but hey, if it's happened once, it can happen again.
Yeah.
The Austin girl's a little different than the Miami girl. You know what I'm saying?
But see, now Burt can say forever, I would have made it.
Oh, stop it.
I'd have hit that field goal.
No.
And if I was punting, I wouldn't have rolled right into a punt block.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah. I would tell Burt, if Burt said that around me, I'd be like, Burt, I don't think you would have. I don't think you would have. And maybe in 2023, yeah. Yo, I don't want to be this way, hair of the dog. Yo, act like I want this. I don't want this. Texas could have a natty right now if Burt would have been more consistent. We don't want to put it all on him, but there was a lot of missed kicks. Y'all remember that moment? Y'all remember those moments?
One sentence, he says, Texas could have had a natty if Burt was more consistent. And then he says, I don't want to put it all on him.
It could be both. It could be both. There's a lot of what ifs there. You remember Steve Sarkisian, he had his arms around Burt. That was a moment. That would have been a special moment. If Burt would have made that kick, that picture would have went viral. Everybody would have remembered that picture with Sark having his hands on Burt like this. It looks like they were slow dancing. It looks like they were having a moment. You know what I'm saying? Where he's just like, hey, man, you about to be a legend. This is what you live for.
Wasn't that against Arizona State?
Arizona State, Georgia.
I know he missed the 42-yarder against Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. You get a bye. You beat Georgia. You get a bye. You play weak ass Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, fake ass hairline and all. Roll past them. Just roll. You don't see Ohio State till late. National championship game. Way different circumstances. Way different. Come on.
Hey, that's why they went out and got Mason Shipley.
Yep.
And then they went out and got Gianni Spedic. Gianni Spedic, who was a little better his sophomore year when he was 13 of 16 than he was last year when he was 15 of 20, but he was 4 of 5 on field goals, 50 plus, and he hit 2 55-yarders. So,
okay. What conference is that again?
Huh?
What conference is that again?
Memphis.
You don't even know the conference. We don't know the conference. That's how weak it is. What, American?
Conferences are always changing.
Yeah.
I can't be paying attention to, what's going on in Memphis all the time.
American. AAC.
AAC. There you
AAC.
go.
Yep. Big time.
Group of 5.
Big time football. That's big time football.
Or G4, whatever we're calling it now. G4, G6, G5, the group. He played for the group.
All right. Hey, Mason Shipley was solid. He was solid, but also there weren't any huge moments that he had to see.
You keep saying that, and he saved them against Kentucky.
You should be beating Kentucky by 40.
Yeah, but it came down to his foot. He kicked a 53-yarder in that game, and he kicked the game winner from 45 yards in overtime.
All right.
That was big.
That was something.
You can say all you want about how crappy the offense was in that game. The defense was amazing. Defense won the game in, remember they had the goal line stand in overtime?
Yep, Ryan Niblett, I remember.
And then the offense they went backward in overtime. And Mason Shipley had to kick a 45-yarder. That was, I give Mason Shipley a lot of credit for that one.
All right.
That was clutch.
He did what he had to do.
That's right. That would have been awful if they'd have lost that game.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next week at Mississippi State is when he hooked that 29-yarder. But that kick should have never happened because Arch Manning got tripped.
That should have never happened.
That should have been
never happened.
First and goal. I mean, old boy stuck his leg out, tripped Arch. What?
I like how that should have never happened. I say the Kentucky
that
game should never happen. You say Mississippi State should have never happened. Interesting.
No, I'm saying the field goal attempt should have never happened because they should have still had the ball and kept driving.
Same with Kentucky, where he had to make those clutch kicks. That should have never happened either. It's Kentucky. Where's Mark? What's Mark doing? Mark Stoops. Is he chilling this year?
He's chilling.
You know what? Mark? Come on down to the ATX, bro. Make that 5-figure deal. Just to chill. We'll get you a nice little crib, Circle C. Nice tight crib. You only got to show up twice a week. Just to, just look after things. Talk to Will. Talk to Coach Gideon. Talk to Lala. Talk to Sark. Just to be there a couple of hours. Put a little dough in his pockets.
I'm thinking,
recommend some restaurants.
Can we bring in some offensive analysts? I don't know that we need the defensive analysts.
I mean, I think we need everybody we could get. But I'm good with the offensive analyst. No more Mike McDaniel. He's taking the Chargers offensive gig, which is interesting. What's that mean?
The Lions turned him down. They didn't want him.
They didn't want him?
They interviewed him and they said no.
See, that's Dan. Dan feeling emasculated. That's Dan. Dan, don't. Come on, Dan. Don't do that. Don't do that, Dan. Which I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. But I don't like that. Like, I know Dan, he an Aggie, so he'll be thinking straight sometimes. As good as Dan Campbell is, still an Aggie. So they're just, I have no choice but at times to doubt him. That's John McClain. John McClain be coming on here throwing strays at Aggies. He gets me as the Baylor Bear he is. But they don't want him to be your coordinator. Is he that big of a personality?
Let's see. So the Lions ended up hiring the former Arizona Cardinals offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. So according to Jeff Darlington of ESPN, Campbell liked McDaniel a lot, but Lions didn't view it as quite the right fit for them. And of course, now Mike McDaniel is going to work with Jim Harbaugh on the Chargers. But Drew
what's the right fit? When was Petzing? Was he just with the Cardinals?
Well, most recently, he was also in here's a little thing for TMZ. He was also in Ben Johnson's wedding. Drew Petzing.
Like best man, groomsman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So Petzing had been the Cardinals offensive coordinator for 3 seasons under Jonathan Gannon. And he worked with Kyler Murray, which will drive anyone to
want to
leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping Dan knows what he's doing here, because this window
shrinking.
Yeah.
You're shrinking a little bit.
Shrinking
a little bit.
It's closing. Yeah. That window's
This
closing.
This is what Amon-Ra St. Brown had to say about this whole offensive coordinator coaching search for Lions fans. I'm sure you will appreciate this because I saw this today, and it obviously goes with what we're talking about right now.
Bro, I see crazy Lions fans talking crazy like, oh, why would we do this? Like, bro, do you guys like have no trust in Dan? Like in the Lions, like you think they would just hire a random dude? Like, be for real. Like, you think they don't know what they're doing? They don't do their research. They don't interview. Like, most of you guys don't know really much about anything, about any ball.
Wow. Wow.
And you're tweeting about a coach that was hired that you guys don't like because of XYZ. Like, it's just funny to me to see. Don't get me wrong, I love all Lions fans, but they are so quick to make, judgments about who we hired, who we did this. Like, bro, just relax, calm down. Like, let the whole thing play out. Like, you guys just let it play out. Just relax. That's all I gotta say. Relax, man. Relax.
He's right. It's like recruiting. Texas fans get all, and then it's like, Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy was never supposed to play at Texas. So just got to let it play out. And sometimes when you find the guy that's on the rise, that's hungry, instead of the guy that's already been to the mountaintop and has fallen back down the mountain, sometimes that's the better course of action. Now, time will tell. Like Amon-Ra said, and, in Amon-Ra we trust. We got to see how it looks, see how it feels, and see what the Lions do this offseason, man. Good heavens, they need to draft some defense.
Yeah, I see both sides. Like, I completely see what you're saying and what Amon-Ra is saying about, like, you got to be patient until we actually see it on the field, if this is a good move or not. But also, how long have y'all been dealing with just countless, disappointment and
a lifetime
and being so close and yet so far at the same time? You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad Amon-Ra, he has, like, the fact that the leader, the wide receiver one of the franchise guys is like, yo, chill, we will be fine. That's good. Because think about a lot, like Justin Jefferson, I know he ain't feeling the way Amon-Ra St. Brown's feeling. I know Jamar Chase ain't feeling the way Amon-Ra St. Brown's feeling. All of these top 5 wide receivers in the league that are now thinking, man, we might have some issues on the team that I'm on. JJ McCarthy, Joe Burrow, all depressed and stuff, which we ain't joking about mental health here, but also when your star quarterback was talking the way Joe Burrow was talking and the Bengals looked as bad as the Bengals look this season, yeah, there's definitely reason to be concerned. So Amon-Ra, on the opposite end of that, is like, yeah, we got to make some moves. We're going to make some moves. We have made some moves. And we're going to get this thing back rolling to try to be better than what we were before we lost Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, and remember, no Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose a Pro Bowl tight end, that hurts.
And did you end up losing David Montgomery?
Oh, yeah, David Montgomery was banged up, but he fought through it. And all those offensive linemen got hurt. So the Lions, I don't know. John Brown comes on our show. Father of Amon-Ra St. Brown, 2-time Mr. Universe, and is like, something's wrong. Something's wrong with the training and the diet. Other guys are getting injured. And John's priceless, man.
Yo, what they stretching them hamstrings for? That's what I want to know.
Right.
I want to know too. What are we stretching them hamstrings for? It don't make no sense. So that's what I'm saying. He get John in there, man. He's just trying to help. Like, look what he's done with Amon-Ra. Like, dude was Mr. Universe. Like, come on now. Get them in there.
Yeah.
You know, people are always so afraid of their toes being stepped on and stuff like that. That's why I keep saying every coach that gets fired, Mike Tomlin, bring him in. Sark, bring him in. Anybody. You talk about offensive guys? Yeah, that too. Anybody that's available. If that's going to help you win, like Nick Saban, look at all of his former coaches that are having success. Like, you gotta A's hire A's, B's hire C's. That's the most cliche shit in the world, but it's real. So, yeah, you want to get your hands on everybody. I'm not saying Steve Sarkisian isn't doing these things, but there are definitely coaches out here that, oh, my little pride, I want to get all the credit and this coach.
Yeah, those guys aren't going to make it.
Those, like, come on.
Those guys aren't going to make it.
Those guys aren't going to make it.
You got to surround yourself with as many bright minds. I mean, I just want to see. I want to see, you know, who does Steve Sarkisian listen to? So that in these, you know, clutch moments, game-changing moments, does Steve Sarkisian have the sounding board that he needs? We'll see. The one thing I liked about Indiana, man, when they got down on the goal line, they didn't run it once and get stopped and go throwing it. They went right back to the run. Mindset, physical, tough mindset. And that's something I think Sarkisian can absolutely ingrain in this offense. I've heard Sark go off at practice. He knows how to get the message across. You know, that thing's got to be an everyday mentality. We own the goal line. I said this a year ago at this time. Like, make it a mindset. Tush push, I don't care, but you got to send that offensive line out at the goal line and say, we are the most physical. We are going to dominate, and we are getting in the end zone. And then, you know, Ohio State happens. And they're down there, 4th and goal from the 1. Now, Arch said he could have checked out of that play or whatever, but still, that was huge to come away with no points there in a 14-7 game. And immediately, these things that happen at the beginning of the season, these tone-setting things, you got to set the tone the right way. You can't have your season end against Ohio State with a red zone cluster F and then open your season at Ohio State and your goal to go and you come up with nothing. That can start to get inside the minds of the players, and that was rough. Yeah. Because Texas was not, I mean, they were not the team they were a year ago. And look, a lot of different reasons for that. Offensive line, you know, Arch had to figure some stuff out. Second half of the season, it's looking good. It's looking good. But still need to change that mindset in the red zone.
Yeah.
Now you got Cam Coleman, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, don't go live fade, baby. We working on that, Arch. We working on that right now. We working on that right now, man. Gotta hit up Uncle Peyton, Uncle Eli. Eli used to throw that thing to Plexico. You remember that? Oh, Eli used to throw that goal line fade to Plexico. I feel like he caught one in the Super Bowl where it was over the shoulder. You remember that? I think it was a goal line fade or something of that sort in that back corner of the end zone. And Eli put that touch on it.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Hummer. The portal guru, Chris Hummer, CBS Sports, 24/7 Sports. Guys, we're breaking stories all over the place. Hummer, how you doing?
What up? How are y'all? Doing good.
Good. I appreciate you.
So, have things slowed down for you at all?
Yeah, a little bit, man. I got to go to the gym last night at 9 p.m. Didn't have to get interrupted by a call. It was nice. It was nice.
That's nice.
I know it doesn't look like it, but I did go.
Hey, cardio, Hummer. Cardio. Get that heart rate up, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Man.
That was good.
Got that Adidas hoodie you're rocking.
Oh yeah, this is the life of somebody who hasn't put on real clothes in 2 months, basically. So
yeah, I've been there. Anything new, Hummer? Anything, especially for Texas fans, they're a little thirsty for some offensive line help if there's any to be had.
Texas fans should be quenched at this point, you would think, but I do think there's a possibility Texas makes at least one more addition on the offensive line, but we'll see. Still some stuff to be determined there.
Okay. They'll take that. They'll take that little morsel, little kernel of hope.
Texas fans have been eating well with the kernels recently.
Well, that's true. Okay. Give us your thoughts, Hummer, because Cam Coleman, guy's a freak. He changes everything for the offense. What do you think of, we'll start with Cam Coleman, and then we'll go to the running backs.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Coleman, you could argue, is the biggest win of the transfer cycle for anyone at any position. I mean, maybe you point to quarterback and point to Brennan Sorsby for Texas Tech. But when you think about the teams that were involved, the money that was getting thrown around for Cam Coleman, or at least rumored to, I think that's the top one of the cycle. He is a transformative presence for Texas's offense. I'm sure Auburn fans would tell you they wish he dropped the ball a little less frequently, but he is somebody that you could stick on the outside opposite Ryan Wingo, and he just tilts the field his direction. Ceiling wise, he is better than Xavier Worthy. Texas hasn't had a receiver like this with top 10 ceiling, in terms of the NFL draft in a really long time. I go back to somebody like Mike Williams, actually, for that type of talent. And that's what Texas is bringing in. They're bringing a top 3 receiver in the sport and somebody that should help Arch Manning a lot next year as Texas loads up for a run.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people say that his attitude isn't the best. Hummer. I've heard George Pickens comparisons and stuff. Talk about just the whole process with him during the transfer portal to where for Texas to invest so much into getting him, with Parker Livingston moving on, DeAndre Moore moving on, Jamie French. Clearly, there is a good connection between Cam Coleman's people and then Texas's people, Brandon Ayers, Steve Sarkisian, to make this a match.
Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily speak to his attitude. I will say, if anybody watched Auburn play offensive football the last 2 years, you'd probably be frustrated too, having participated in that. But I do think Texas was very aggressive in pursuing Cam Coleman. I mean, frankly, Cam Coleman to Texas rumors are something I'd been hearing since October. This was not new when he entered the portal. Texas A&M made a really hard run at him. USC did, Alabama did, Texas Tech did, but Texas was able to land him. And I think Texas made a really concerted effort to recruit him, the person, and also made a very competitive offer. And I mean, let's not forget, I'm not saying David Mulugeta steers his clients to Texas, but there's a lot of familiarity between David Mulugeta and the Texas program based on where he went to school and his time here. So I think there was certainly a comfort factor for Cam Coleman and his camp with Texas. And I mean, the one thing I heard about Cam Coleman going to the portal is he wanted to play with an elite quarterback. And if you look at the 4 teams involved with them, the most proven quarterback of that group is Arch Manning. And that's where he ended up.
What about the running backs, Hummer? Raleek Brown, Hollywood Smothers. What are your thoughts on how those running backs add to the Texas offense?
It was a good pivot for Texas. Obviously, Texas had their eyes on a couple other backs this cycle that either didn't end up going in or changed course after announcing they would. And to get Raleek Brown, somebody I'm sure Texas fans remember from what is that now, like 5 or 6 years ago as a recruit. And to get Hollywood Smothers, who was one of the best backs in the ACC, it's a heck of a 1-2 punch. I think Texas will miss Trey Wisner in some ways, but Trey Wisner had a hard time staying healthy at times and wasn't always an elite running back, although he was huge in good situations. And Hollywood Smothers and Raleek Brown, you get a combination that can take some strain off of Arch Manning and the passing attack. Raleek Brown is your home run threat. He's one of the most explosive backs in the country. He's a really dangerous element out of the backfield, kind of like Trey Wisner was, kind of like a couple of backs Texas has had in recent memory. And Hollywood Smothers, like a capable pass catcher as well, but he's somebody who wins between the tackles and can be your bell cow with a lot of carries and a lot of touches. I think they complement each other really well. And I mean, Texas went out and signed essentially 2 of the top 5 backs in the market. Like that wasn't cheap, but as kind of a commonality here, like Texas sees the championship window open and they're trying to surround Arch Manning with as much as they can.
Is there a player that you think is under the radar in the transfer portal hall for Texas that probably is getting overshadowed by some of these bigger names?
I mean, there's a lot of big names in the class. It's hard to pick non-specifics, but I mean, I would think about Rasheem Biles. Obviously, if you watched Pitt this year, he was oftentimes the best player in the field. And I think he is a game-changing linebacker for Texas and a really nice addition losing Anthony Hill. He's not as physically gifted as Anthony Hill was, but he's somebody that can really make a big difference. And like Anthony Hill, like occasionally if you line him up off the edge, he can go create pressure for you on the outside. So that's big. But I would maybe point to Bo Masco from Rutgers. I think that was a pretty underrated addition. He was one of the best corners in the portal. Texas's secondary this year was good, but not elite, and certainly had its leaky moments. I think Bo Masco, with his length, size, and speed, is somebody you can line up on the outside and pretty confidently feel he's going to hold up his end of the bargain. And that's really big for Texas, which also kept Kobe Black, obviously, and should have a reinvigorated secondary despite losing some talented pieces there, especially at safety.
Yeah. How do you feel about the offensive line moves so far? I mean, you get Siani out of Wake Forest, you get a couple of developmental guys, you know, the kid from Oregon State, the kid from A&M. But overall, as you mentioned when you first jumped on with us today, Hummer, they're still looking for more offensive linemen. But thus far, how do you feel about the guys they brought in?
I thought Siani was a great move. I mean, Siani was one of the best tackles in the ACC this year. Someone that Texas kind of moved very quietly to get behind the scenes. And that happened very, very quickly once he went in the portal. And I think that was an option for Texas that was cheaper and easier to deal with than Jordan Seaton. Obviously, Jordan Seaton, you're getting a potential top 10 draft pick, but Siani is somebody that could be a day 2 draft pick very easily. Comes a little cheaper, didn't have to deal with the headaches of the process, as you're seeing teams like LSU, Miami, and Oregon deal with right now. So I thought that was smart. And if Texas can land an interior offensive lineman, a guard at some point over the next couple of days and weeks, I think it will be an excellent offensive line class. If they don't, kind of up in the air. We'll see how the developmental prospects do. You see what happens to a Brandon Baker. Obviously, like, is he going to flip inside the guard potentially for Texas? That's an option, given that the tackle spots are taken care of. So Texas has some optionality, but I know would still like to add a impact guard from the portal.
Who else do you think has really, beefed up their roster to the point where they are a contender?
I mean, LSU just got Princewell from Ole Miss. LSU is kind of in the pole position for Jordan Seaton. I would love to know where LSU got all this money from, because LSU went from a roster that was probably like $18 million last year, 18, 20 at max, to, I would bet, double that. I don't know. I don't know if Lane Kiffin's like selling some freaking cans or something like that, just like walking around selling popcorn or whatever, like yoga classes. But LSU is absolutely loaded up, man. Like they have one of the best portal classes in the country, and they are now more talented than they were the last couple of years. And they are in a position where walking into next year, they should be one of the, I wouldn't say the favorite in the SEC. I think that's Texas, and then I think it's Georgia, but they're right there. Like that's a team that I would be very bullish on going into next year. I love, and yet sticking in the SEC, I love what Kentucky did. They're not going to be a contender like in the SEC, but I think that's a roster that's immediately much better. You can go down the list a while. I think Oklahoma State's going to be much better in the Big 12 next year than they have been. Immediate upgrade for them talent-wise in the portal. So a lot of teams made some work happen this cycle.
Yeah. Hummer, talk about the Duke quarterback, Darian Mensah situation and Duke trying to sue him and everything that's going on with that.
It's a complicated situation. 1 second. I'm sorry. I just sent a quick text.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So Darian Mensah, there was like a court injunction that came down that may affect his ability to, it could affect where he's going to play next year. And that, when the courts get involved, it gets crazy.
Yeah, it's Darian Mensah is probably going to be entered in the portal later today, but a court just gave a temporary restraining order to Duke that prevents Darian Mensah from signing, playing for, or using his NIL rights with another program going into at least February 2nd. So it's just kind of in the court's hands. I would still be very surprised if he didn't end up at Miami. Duke is working behind the scenes to recruit other quarterbacks as well. This is just a really sticky situation where basically you have an environment where a player had a contract, but they're not technically an employee, and that gives the non-employee wiggle room to potentially get out of his contract. And it's I think it's a situation that is unbelievably representative of where we are in college athletics as the NCAA and the member schools try to straddle the line between players being student athletes and not being employees and operating a professional sports model. And even though on the surface, yes, it is ridiculous that Darian Mensah would be under contract and to get out of it, I think you're going to continue to see people kind of push the boundaries there until they get told not to, or until the rules change and actually declare them employees, because that's just the heart of the matter. Darian Mensah isn't an employee, and the contract language is not as tying as it would be in other situations.
And this is, Miami was also involved with Xavier Lucas, who just up and left Wisconsin after, signing there, and Wisconsin never put him in the portal. He just left and ended up playing for Miami, obviously. And here's Miami again. Hey, don't pay any attention to that contract. Come on down. It's America. Do what you want.
Yeah, it's Miami's kind of, we've seen over the years, Miami is
the Renegades.
Yeah, they are at the centerpiece of pushing the boundaries on what is okay in college athletics. And this is another situation where they're pushing aggressively, and they're probably going to win out in the end, would be my guess. I think we've kind of reached the point of no return for both sides. I have a hard time believing after all this, Darian Mensah is just going to go back to Duke and be their quarterback next year. But
Hummer, last thing, I know you got a million things going on. What do you think about Indiana next year? Josh Hoover at quarterback. Kurt Signetti has been Houdini as far as results in his first 2 years at Indiana. Even he joked I should retire now and it would be a hell of a movie. But what are your thoughts on Indiana coming into next year?
I think Indiana's going to be really, really good again. It's just the reality of it. I think Indiana might be more talented next year, at least on paper, than they were this season. I know that sounds ridiculous, but Indiana has really upped the way it's spent in the transfer portal. It's upped its requirements for the type of takes they've taken. He will be in year 3 of developing the high school recruits that he's recruited. I'm not saying Indiana's going to win the national championship again next year. I think it's going to be very difficult to do. I think dynasties in this era of the sport are very, very difficult to establish given how much everything changes. But I think Indiana is going to be unbelievably competitive next year. And like, to be frank, like Josh Hoover's way more proven than Fernando Mendoza was at this time last year coming in. Josh Hoover has just as high of a ceiling as Fernando Mendoza in terms of arm talent and NFL upside. Maybe not quite as physically gifted, but like pretty close. And I think he's going to be really good immediately. And I think their receiving group's going to be really good. I think the offensive line group's going to be really good again. I think they had landed a really great group of running backs from the portal. Like Indiana's going to be fine.
Well, and he gets his coordinators back, Bryant Haynes and Mike Shanahan. I figured these guys would be getting head coaching opportunities.
I think they have had head coaching opportunities, but they also know they have a really good situation at Indiana. They're 2 of the highest paid coordinators in the country. They are given a lot of leash with Kurt Signetti and the way he runs his operation. And I think at this point in college athletics, you have to leave for the right job if you're going to leave. There are really only a handful of jobs where you can legitimately win in college athletics in this era. And in some ways, a lot of coordinators view it as being a high paid coordinator at one of these top jobs is a better opportunity than being the head coach at, I don't know, man. Like I feel like 5 years ago, Mike Shanahan would have left to be the head coach at
IUP.
Yeah. Yeah. Like UAB or something like that. And now I would argue being Indiana's OC is a much better opportunity.
Yeah.
Last one for me, Hummer. Trinidad Chambliss in that situation. How you think that's going to play out?
We reported today that there's a lot of optimism that Trinidad Chambliss will be granted an injunction to play next year. It's a little more complicated than just being granted the injunction. Once the injunction is granted, the NCAA is certainly going to kick that up to a federal court, and we'll see how that goes. But Trinidad Chambliss, the judge hearing that is located essentially a mile away from Ole Miss's campus. There's only one law school in the entire state of Mississippi, and it is Ole Miss. The judge is an Ole Miss grad and a former college quarterback himself. I think there's a lot of optimism around Ole Miss that Trinidad Chambliss will be granted that injunction, at least a temporary one. Whether he's granted a long-term injunction to play 2026 and how long that hangs over Ole Miss's season, because this is something that could stretch on for a while. If you remember with Diego Pavia, that stretched on for a little bit with his lawsuit about the 5th year of eligibility. So we'll see what happens. But as of this moment, I think there are some optimistic people around Ole Miss that at least the temporary injunction will be granted.
And I think he should just enter the draft. He would be a top 10 pick, I think.
I don't know about a top 10 pick, but I mean, I don't know, but I think he would be day 2 at worst.
Yeah.
But different era, getting paid a lot of money. I think he's going to be over $5 million next year. So,
hello, Hummer. You are the man. We know you're going 100 miles an hour. Thanks for taking some time for us.
Absolutely, guys. Talk soon. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, Hummer.
There's our man, Chris Hummer. Hole-in-one Hummer. All over that portal. Doing a great job. He and Matt Zenitz. Great stuff. Yeah, man. LSU. Texas goes to LSU.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Hummer what he meant by that. Where they getting all this money from with LSU? Because that makes it sound suspicious. A little suspicious.
Makes it sound like ain't nobody paying attention to the 20 point. It's going to go up to 22.5 this year.
What?
Yeah. The house settlement cap will go up about 2 million. 22.5 million. Makes it sound like nobody's paying attention to the $22.5 million cap.
I mean,
I
you
mean,
get
the
around
NCAA
it, like
all the presidents coming out of the NCAA convention were like, is anyone paying any attention to these guidelines?
yeah. What they acting like Sam Levitt out here selling gumbo? That ain't happening. Where all this money coming from? Come on, man. I can't wait for that game either. That game's gonna be so much fun. But yeah, this schedule. And Lane Kiffin, this is what he wanted. Like, he wanted to come to LSU so he can make these things happen, where he has the number one transfer portal class. This is the exact reason. Now, it is ironic because according to 24/7 Sports, number 2 is Ole Miss. So Golding has done a hell of a job bringing in new talent, putting on, showing that he could do his thing and win a couple of games without Lane. And players have gravitated towards that, and they got solid money too. So kudos to LSU and Ole Miss with all the stuff that's going on, more so Ole Miss. I hope they get Trinidad Chambliss back too, because I like watching him play.
Well, it's interesting that, and by the way, Texas, that month of November, November 7th at Missouri, November 14th at LSU, Arkansas at home, and then at A&M. 3 of 4 on the road in November. So that's going to be a November to remember for sure. It's interesting that Hummer mentioned Kentucky and Oklahoma State as programs that may have benefited themselves in the transfer portal, because that's where CJ Baxter ended up. That's where Bo Barnes ended up. So Kentucky, Texas does not play Kentucky next year, by the way.
Where'd DeAndre Moore end up going?
Colorado.
That's right.
He and Leonga.
That's right.
Jamie French, Michigan. Parker Livingston, OU.
Yeah, guys have
Jarek
moved on.
Gibson, Purdue.
Nick Brooks, Alabama. That one's like, whoa. Like, his upside is crazy, which that makes you wonder, was he just out of position? Like, would he have been better at right tackle? I don't think so. Not this year. How bad he was at guard, but maybe he would have shown flashes. Man,
Yeah, you're gonna follow Nick Brooks's career now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because if he turns into something at Alabama, Texas fans are going to lose their minds. Yeah. I mean, they've already kind of lost their minds. But if you just are tuning in, Chris Hummer of CBS Sports, 24/7 Sports, said he believes Texas is still trying to make something happen on the interior offensive line in the transfer portal. And and they did change the graduate transfer rules. The graduate transfers have to transfer in the portal window too. So you can't go get a graduate transfer like you could in the past at any time of the year. The graduate transfers have to transfer January 2nd through the 16th as well. So they're really trying to narrow when player movement can happen so that coaches can have a better idea of what roster they're taking into the season, as opposed to having to re-recruit their roster twice a year. And so, yeah, you got to be laser focused, which, if they don't land, remember last year they landed Matt Caldwell in May. Well, they don't have a grad transfer quarterback or anything that they picked up in the portal, which may be the sign that, hey, we elevated KJ Lacey above Trey Owens. We think he's ready. So that's something to think about.
Yeah, I'm very curious how that is, because you're right, Chip. They haven't really gone out of their way to find another quarterback in the portal. And to me, that shows signs that KJ Lacey is ready for that moment. Maybe not ready to start games, but if, God forbid, Arch was to go down, KJ Lacey could come in and the offense could still roll, and you feel good about him winning games. So we'll see how the spring goes.
Well, let's bring in the man. We call him the General. He has covered the NFL, been an insider for 40 years. He's a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter. And I call him the voice of reason in Houston, Texas, the one and only John McClain. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Good, John. Appreciate it.
I wish it were only 40 years. This is when the season starts in really with the draft, that'll be 50 years.
50 years.
Yeah, I wish I could go back 10 years. Knowing what I know, I'd make a lot of money on gambling. I can tell you that.
Well, John, the dream is over. Give us your perspective on that meltdown from the Texans offense.
CJ Stroud had the worst playoffs I've seen a quarterback have. And I covered a game at Soldier Field, a playoff game in which Brett Favre threw 6 interceptions. But he didn't look so utterly pathetic as Stroud did. And it's one thing to throw interceptions when you're zipping the ball. 3 of them were his fault. 1 where players should have caught it. But some of the plays he made in Pittsburgh, but the defense bailed him out there. And then in New England were just head scratching. He didn't do it in regular season. He didn't lose a fumble during regular season. And he ended up fumbling 5 times and losing 2 at Pittsburgh. He only had, I think, 8 interceptions. Then he had 4 in the first half. People just can't fathom here what in the world happened to him. I mean, it's just a mystery.
Yeah, John, now people are questioning, should the Texans, pick him up, sign him for a big time contract, pay him. And a lot of people are putting it on Kaylee. And really it's just what we've seen from Stroud. And like you said, we haven't seen that a lot from him this season, but in the playoffs, it was just a complete disaster.
D'Amico Ryans told him, do not look at your phone, do not watch TV, don't go online, because you're getting blasted universally. Locally here, he's never received criticism like this. Nationally, people are questioning, do they need to draft a quarterback? No, that's not going to happen. He's their quarterback. Now, he's eligible for an extension. So is Will Anderson Jr. If you're going to give an extension to one of those guys, who do you give it to? Well, you give it to Will Anderson Jr. You wish Stroud had played well enough where you could give him to both, but he doesn't deserve that extension. They'll pick up the 5th-year option on his contract, and then I think they'll make him play his 4th season. Hopefully, he'll play a lot better, and they'll continue to win. They won 13 games with him playing pretty well most of the season. And I'll give you an example, and there were a lot of examples. And it was, can't remember the situation. It was on Marcus Jones's pick 6, where a third-string tight end, because they lost their first two with injuries, was going in motion across the line of scrimmage. And the left tackle, Ariante Ursary, dropped back to pass pro, and his foot tripped the tight end, and he fell on his face. Well, the guy who was waiting to cover the tight end just runs right at Stroud. And he was right on top of him, and Stroud should have thrown it away. He should have taken the sack, but instead he threw it way up in the air, and it came down like a duck that had been shot out of the air. And Marcus Jones caught it, pick six. And you wonder, what in the world were you thinking? Well, he had panic plays like that against Pittsburgh. It's like the situation was too big. Well, how can that be? You know, he won 2 playoffs the last 2 years. He had lost at Baltimore and at Kansas City. So he played in cold weather, had nothing to do with the weather. Players like Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz being out don't have anything to do with a decision like that. It looks to me like he lost his confidence. He lost his courage when there was traffic around him, and he made more bad decisions in that game, specifically the first half, than he'd made in his career. He came out throwing the ball at people's feet, throwing it behind them. It was just mystifying the way he played. Now, they've tried to cover for him at end of season news conferences. D'Amico Ryans did. At least Nick Caserio finally today said, yes, look, he knows he doesn't play well, but you got to take the whole season into account. Well, that's all they can do. You know, they're going to say all the right things, but behind closed doors, you know, they're in there like biting their fingernails because they don't know what happened. Now, Gerard Johnson has been his quarterback coach all 3 years. They're not going to fire Nick Caley, the coordinator. You can't fire back-to-back coordinators and expect to get a good one the next one. Why would somebody come here knowing, well, if Stroud screws up, I'm out of there? So Nick Caley will be back as a second-year play caller, and I wish they'd go after somebody like Cliff Kingsbury. You know, I think Kingsbury's the best coordinator on the market based on all the quarterbacks he's coached, going all the way back to Texas Tech with Mayfield and Mahomes and Davis Webb, and what he did last year with Jaden Daniels as a rookie going to the championship game. But anyway, Caley's going to be back. The defense played great. Special teams were great. They need a running back. They need a big-time running back. When he came out, I was pushing for Breece Hall because I had seen him make Baylor look terrible at Iowa State. And he's a free agent. He's still relatively young and hasn't been used up. But instead of paying a lot of money for a guy like that, I think they'll look at the draft. They still need offensive linemen. The offensive line was horrible in that game. It was up and down like a roller coaster. Run blocking was awful after the run blocking had been great at Pittsburgh. They need butt kickers. I've been telling people all week. They need a couple of inside guys, a center and a guard, that when they fire off the ball, they hit people that make them blow snot bubbles. And they don't have those kind of guys. And they need them because the offensive line overall was improved because it had the most improving to do, but it's still not anywhere it needs to be to help C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it seems like they need to follow the Chicago Bears blueprint, load up on the offensive line in free agency. And then, John, when Nico Collins is healthy and Tank Dell is healthy, is that a strong enough receiving core? Because obviously they don't have any depth. You know, they lose Stephon Diggs. Nico gets hurt, Tank Dell gets hurt, and Xavier Hutchinson is not the guy. What's your thought on the receiving core?
They don't need any receivers. They got plenty of receivers. Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, those guys are going to be good. And Tank Dell's supposed to be 100% for the offseason program. He was pushing to come back this year, but there's no way they were going to do it considering the severity of his leg injuries. Now, I look at his legs, and you talk about bird legs, he got bird legs. And when you break bird legs, you'd think it'd be harder to come back. So until we see him doing the things he did, making a lot of cuts, being a downfield threat, and if he can get back even close to what he was, he'd be like another high draft choice at wide receiver. They got plenty of draft choices. They're like 13 million over the cap. Some teams have 100 million, but they're in a situation with contracts where they guys should get extensions like Danielle Hunter, and that would lower his salary cap figure. Nico Collins, there's a lot of guys that can get extensions, and Caserio's done a good job of redoing contracts, lowering the salary cap figure, giving them the money in signing bonus, and then allowing them to prorate it over the length of the contract. So they're going to have some money to spend in free agency. And when I'm looking at their defense, people around the league say, well, they need defensive tackles. And I'm like, Tommy Togiai, who came from Cleveland last year and was on the practice squad, when he got a chance to play this year off the bench, he made a big play every game. Then when 3 defensive tackles went down for the season, he started and he was real good. So he's going to be back as a starter. And then they need to probably re-sign Sheldon Rankins and Tim Settle. Settle went down for the year. Neither one's going to cost a lot of money. So sure, they'd like to have a draft choice. But if Nick Caserio, and it depends on free agency, he has addressed the offensive line, and he has been terrible at it. Terrible. Juice Scruggs, second-round pick, wasn't even active for this game. And, what's his name from A&M that was cut the first-round pick 3 years ago?
Green.
Yeah, Kendrick Green. He's on somebody's practice squad. He was the biggest blown pick in this organization's history. And then they bring in a guy like Lakin Tomlinson, 33, put him in the starting lineup, cut him halfway through the year. They just have made so many mistakes. And D'Amico's got to figure in that too, because Caserio doesn't take guys he doesn't want. Blake Fisher, his rookie year, he was a second-round pick, started 5 games because of injuries. Well, an injury in this game to Trent Brown, who I can't imagine would be back, they moved Titus Howard from left guard to right tackle instead of just put Blake Fisher in there, whose claim to fame had been number 57 is eligible. And so Blake Fisher's a blown pick right now. Juice Scruggs is a blown pick, and Kendrick Green is a blown pick, of course. And they got to do better. Ariante Ursary, their rookie left tackle, second-round pick, replaced the traded Laramie Tunsil. They got second and fourth-round picks after that deal, and they can use them because Washington was terrible. Those picks are high in each round. So there's no excuse for them not to address running back, the offensive line. They could use a backup tight end who can actually catch. Dalton Schultz played really well this season, led the team in receiving. But skill positions other than running back, not the issue. The issue starts up front. You know, I watched so many times those running backs, Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, Dari Goombawale, Jawar Jackson, those guys get the ball, boom, they get hit in the backfield. And their win rate on run blocking, according to Next Gen Stats, was one of the worst in the league. But, you know, if at first you don't succeed, or if second you don't succeed, or if third you don't succeed, try again. That's their motto for the offensive line.
Are there any free agents on defense that they need to be worried about losing?
Just those 3 defensive tackles, but they were all hurt except Sheldon Rankins. But at his age, he's not going anywhere. He left for big bucks at Cincinnati last season, got hurt, didn't do squat, got cut, couldn't wait to come back here, and he picked up right where he left off, played really well. Rod Wright, I've told you these guys this before, Rod Wright does a great job coaching the defensive line. Matt Burke, who makes the calls for the defense, that's his specialty. He's been a defensive line coach his whole career. Those two have done a tremendous job. Now, we could coach Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter, who combined for 5 sacks at New England. Can you imagine if you'd injected them with truth serum after that game and said, what do you think about Stroud in the offense? Because the defense, those guys played their asses off. And I think Anderson will get a deal this offseason, will make him the highest paid defensive player in history, and he deserves it because he's the leader. He's a great player. His motor never stops. He's cooperative. He's everything you want. The only bad thing he does is make bad commercials with C.J. Stroud for HEB.
I gotta see those.
And
We don't
Anderson,
get those in Austin.
and put that back. Anderson's actually pretty good, but CJ, he's certainly not. When they had Altuve and Bregman and George Springer and Carlos Correa making those commercials for HEB, they were good and they were funny.
Damn, we don't get those HEB commercials down here in Austin, John. I gotta go.
Well, you're not missing much now, Zay. Let me tell you. Sometimes I see those commercials and Toro, their mascot, who doesn't say anything. He's in them. He's better.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this, John. Why is D'Amico Ryans and Nick Haley getting any knock for not even thinking about putting in Davis Mills, who's won you a lot of games these last few years, and you should feel confident in, especially with how bad CJ Stroud looked?
I was on Twitter in the second quarter saying they got to bring in Mills. I did it all through halftime, but I knew he wasn't going to do it. D'Amico is loyal. He's a former player. He loves Stroud. I think he would have been doing Stroud a favor. Now, they got within 5 points going into the fourth quarter. And, Keyshawn Booty made that great one-handed catch in the end zone.
Yeah, that was
Derek
insane.
Stingley couldn't have done anything else about that. That guy did a great job on that catch, and it turned it. And but D'Amico, I didn't think for a second he'd bring in Davis Mills, because if Mills had come in, led him to a victory, then you'd add a quarterback controversy where there is no quarterback controversy. I've been racking my brain. I've been asked all week, what do you do about a quarterback who has regressed since his rookie year? And a lot of that is because of the offensive line. And last year they had Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon had over 1,300 yards rushing, receiving, double-digit touchdowns. They didn't have him all year. So they didn't have a running game that they could rely on. And the offensive line was better. But one reason he was sacked a lot fewer times was he got rid of the ball better. One of the things they used to tell him, don't hold it, waiting for receivers to get open, and then boom, you get sacked for 12 or 13 yards. So for the most part, he stopped that. But it's a good thing they got Mills under contract another year, and Casario's been as smart to extend him. He makes $6 million, which is good money for a backup, and I'm pretty sure Casario would like to extend him another year, maybe $7 million. And I don't think anybody would sign or try to trade for Mills to be their starter. He is a quality backup, the kind you want, whether he has to come into a game or whether he has to start for spurts like he did this year when he was 3-0. And but right now he's the most popular guy in town, as most of the backups are. And but I think the only person in the country who thought he should have played in the third quarter, meaning Stroud, was D'Amico Ryans. Maybe Nick Haley, I don't know.
Was it a mistake then since they can't seem to evaluate offensive linemen, was it a mistake to trade Laramie Tunsil?
No, no, that was addition by subtraction. And he's helped them get a high second-round pick, and he's helped them get a high fourth-round pick. And I'll tell you something else, because Ariante Ursary played well at left tackle, but he was not the issue. The main issue is the inside guys getting slammed. And I keep tweeting this and talking about it on the radio. People laugh and think I'm kidding, but I'm not. The McNair family, they let Casario run everything. They should say, by the way, Nick, there's a clause. We're putting a clause in your contract that says you cannot sign, acquire anybody who's ever played for the Patriots, changed planes at Logan International Airport, anybody who's ever been associated with the Patriots. Jake Andrews, a center, had been cut by the Patriots. They installed him as the starter right away. They had Juice Scruggs coming back. They had Patterson coming back. But instead, What had he done? He got cut at New England, and all of a sudden he's worth starting here. They put him and Lakin Tomlinson at center and guard at the start of the offseason program, and they hadn't done squat. And then they cut to Tomlinson in the year. Andrews went the difference. They need a better center, and so I just hate it when Caserio keeps bringing in people from New England. That ship has sailed.
Yeah.
Well, and Stephon Diggs made a great catch.
He did. He did. And Diggs did really well here last year until he blew out his knee. At one point last year, Nico Collins was out, Stephon Diggs was out, Tank Dell was out. So the top three receivers in Dalton were out, and Dalton Schultz was playing hurt, and people wondered why Stroud wasn't doing better. Plus, he's under constant pressure. And I'm not sure what you do for a quarterback who seems to have lost his confidence. He doesn't zip the ball like he did before. He's trying to guide it. And there were a couple balls. He had guys open, and if he'd have fired it, it would have been a touchdown. Instead, he kind of lobbed it. Marcus Jones had a chance for a second pick six like that on a play to Kirk that could have been a touchdown. So Stroud, I think they need to give him tough love. Maybe Nick Caley put too much on his plate. He said when he came in here, he's letting him call the protections for the offensive line. Whatever they did, it fell apart. And the truth is, Stroud has not looked like the same quarterback he did as a rookie when he was so confident. He took the team up and down the field. Great quarterbacks, and I'm not saying he's great, but people here think he's great, and they may not now. But great quarterbacks are supposed to rise up when you need them the most, and he hasn't.
Yeah. Well, what about the Patriots, John? Obviously, moving on to the AFC Championship game, going up to play Denver, who lost their quarterback. That matchup seems like the Patriots, just a lot of luck falling into their lap. Your thoughts on them in the AFC Championship game?
Jarrett Stidham, who started at Baylor, played pretty well. Art Browse told me one time he thought he could be as good or better than RG3. And then when Browse got run after the scandal, Stidham went to McClain Junior College there for a semester, I guess, to get his grades up. And then he went to Auburn. And I'll never forget Tad Brown, former president of the Rockets, who now runs the 76ers and the New Jersey Devils administrative side. I asked how his daughter Kennedy was doing at Baylor. She was a soccer player. And he said, well, she met some guy, a football player. I can't remember his name. She met him right like the first day. I said, what's his name? Barrett. No, his name's Jarrett something. I said, Jarrett Stidham? He said, yeah, I guess that's it. I said, that guy's supposed to be a star. She needs to latch on to him. Well, they've been in love ever since, and she's drop dead gorgeous, and everybody loves Stidham. And so the Patriots drafted him in the 4th round. And I remember Tad Brown told me when I asked him how Jarrett and Kennedy were doing with the Patriots, he's a 3rd-string quarterback, so he's getting coached every day by the personnel guy. I said, Nick Caserio? Yeah. I said, he's coaching the 3rd-string quarterback? Yeah. Well, now that I see Nick, who was a quarterback at John Carroll University in Cleveland, he likes to throw the ball around before practice with the receivers. So Jarrett, when he was with the Raiders, he had 2 big games in 23 over 2 teams that went to the Super Bowl. I think it was Kansas City and San Francisco. So he's done it. But this year he took 1 snap, and that was a kneel down. But Sean Payton is a great coach. And I tell you what, Sean Payton deserves a lot of credit for the way he handled Bo Nix's injury. He finished his news conference, 30 minutes, went to the coach's locker room. They came in and told him, Bo's gonna have to have surgery. He's got a broken bone. So instead of waiting and let it leak out to Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, he walked right back in there and told the truth. Excuse me. He was proactive. Teams are not proactive 90% of the time. They're reactive. And he handled that perfectly. He told Stidham, you're the guy. And, they've been working like crazy ever since. I think I'd like to see Vrabel, because I really like Mike, after covered him here for 4 seasons. I think what he's done there in the second season and the Bears gives hope to every bad team in the league that's got a quarterback, like, say, the Titans with Robert Saleh now. And but I wouldn't mind seeing Denver win because of Stidham. I still have a soft spot for Baylor when he was at Baylor briefly. But it wouldn't bother me to see the Patriots. Although Patriots back in the Super Bowl, I used to get so tired of going to the Super Bowl and the office saying, do a story on Belichick and Brady. And I'm like, just take the one I wrote last year or the year before or 2 years before that. I got so tired. It's like I'm so glad Kansas City's not in this. I think these playoffs have been great, unless you're Sean McDermott.
Yeah. So Joe is asking Patriots -5.5.
I think the Patriots, if they win, it's going to be on a field goal. Denver's defense is really good. It wasn't as good over the second half as it was over the first. I think, I'll tell you an example, and there's other examples, but this is the best one. In 1979 playoffs, the divisional round, the Oilers had won in New England, upset Chuck Fairbanks and the Patriots, and then they had to go to San Diego. And San Diego had Dan Fouts at quarterback. They were Air Coryell, and they were favored by 18 points. And the reason is they didn't have Earl Campbell. They didn't have Dan Pastorini, the quarterback, or their leading receiver, Kenny Burrow. They were all out. So the spread was 18 points by the Chargers. So they went in there and they took Gifford Nielsen, a second-year backup quarterback who was a better sportscaster after his career than he was a quarterback. And Gifford had to start. And they told him, just don't turn it over. Don't do anything stupid and get hurt. Just go out there and we're going to have a conservative game plan and play great defense. And they won 17-14. It was the biggest victory in our city's history because it sent them to a second consecutive AFC championship game at Pittsburgh where Dan Pastorini came back. So if Gifford Nielsen can win a game in that situation, Jarrett Stidham, who has twice the experience and has thrown a lot more passes, he can do it. And I think New England's going to win by 3.
Okay. What about the NFC? The Rams and the Seahawks. These two teams met, and the games were decided by like a total of 3 points.
And I bet you this one's the same way. I picked Matthew Stafford as the MVP of all season. I still think he is. And their defense is not playing as well as it has, especially their secondary. Their offensive line is not real good. They still manage to run the ball because of scheming. And, of course, Stafford is great. It amazes me why a defense can't go in there. And if you got to put 5 guys on Puka Nacua and make somebody else beat you, do it. Get beat by anybody but the main guy. But teams still can't do it. It's like when the Texans played him. They were doubling him everywhere. He's still catching passes. And a lot of it was where they lined him up and what they had him do. And I think really Sean McVay is the smartest coach in the NFL. And the only reason I think Seattle could lose, they lost Charbonnet, their second running back. Kenneth Walker's the star now. They don't have a two-headed monster. But last week, Sam Darnold had an oblique injury. That's a muscle goes down, not my side, his side, and your side. I don't have any muscles. And so when you hurt that, and he had to take a Toradol shot, which is a non-steroid painkiller, muscle relaxant. So he didn't throw the ball much. And you don't get over that in a week. And so I don't think if they get way behind, which they shouldn't, they're going to be able to fling it all over the place. I talked to Gary Kubiak this week. He and his wife, Rhonda, are going because they want to see Clint, their oldest son, who's offensive coordinator, who's in the running for a lot of jobs. And I'm partial to Clint and the Kubiaks, so I want Seattle to win. I think because they're great defense, they'll figure it out, and they'll win another close game.
Yeah. John, you mentioned Sean McDermott getting the boot in Buffalo. Obviously, that loss to Denver is what did it. Your thoughts on that and who's going to replace him?
There's two things that have happened lately, the last 2 days, that have just blown me away. First was Orlando Ledbetter, who's covered the 49ers, the Falcons for 20 years, he called the Kevin Stefanski's quarterback situation in Cleveland dumpster fire. Well, somebody showed Baker Mayfield. He went back and said, "That's a little harsh, pal." And then he ripped the hell out of Stefanski. I'm still waiting for that text before I got run out of town like a piece of garbage. Boy, that has created a huge controversy. And he said, "Can't wait to play you twice a year, coach." Whew. Has Baker got a chip on his shoulder? He better make sure they beat the Falcons. And so that one's gotten a lot of attention. And this morning, when Terry Pegula, the owner of the Bills, and general manager Brandon Beane had a news conference, and they're asking him, Beane gets a lot of grief for not bringing in better receivers. And they brought in Keon Coleman, their second-round pick, who has been a disaster because he breaks team rules and he's inactive. He's healthy and he's inactive. And they're taking guys off the street to play receiver for Josh Allen instead of Keon Coleman. And so the owner, Pegula, interjects and said that was not Brandon's decision. That was on the coaching staff. In other words, Sean McDermott. And Brandon did not make that decision. Well, the guy's still on the team, Keon Coleman, so you got to know right there the owner doesn't like him, and the general manager doesn't like him. But then they find on the internet, and one of those things behind the scenes, in which Brandon Beane is talking about Coleman ran a 4.57 slow, and he says that'll help us get him. Well, that meant he wanted the guy. So now you have a huge controversy after a terrible defeat. And, what do you got to do in this league? 3 championship games, a 108-66 record, counting playoffs. You're in the playoffs all but 1 year. And it's not Sean McDermott's fault that they didn't have receivers, even if he wanted Keon Coleman. But it's the coach who goes up there to Buffalo. He's going to have some big shoes to fill, and boy, he better get back to the playoffs because I think that was a terrible firing. I hope he ends up at Baltimore or Pittsburgh.
Yeah, what do you make of John Harbaugh to the New York Giants?
Well, that was rumored for a while. I had a friend of mine who knows him tell me he wants the bright lights of New York. He'll go to New York. And I said, well, how do you know? Everybody wants. He said, I'm just telling you. If he gets everything he wants, he'll go to New York. He got everything he wants. Boy, you said the Titans finished second. That's a little different. There's no pressure from fans and media in Tennessee, and then you got New York and New Jersey. But he wanted it, and he got it. And he's got, a good quarterback, not a great one. He's got a pretty good running back, Cam Scatteraboo. He needs, and Tracy, they call him Dick Tracy. And he's got receivers, needs another one. And they got to fix their offensive line. They got a great defensive line. And so they could be the most improved team in the league. But, he's taken Todd Monken with him, I think, as his coordinator. And they were ready to run him out of town in Baltimore. And I think that Baltimore job is great. And I'm wondering if John Harbaugh and Kevin Stefanski told their wives, well, wow, if we'd known I had a chance to coach Josh Allen, I wish that had happened quicker up there. We'll never know, of course. But for a chance to coach Josh Allen with a team coming off another playoff season, that would have been I can't imagine every coach would like that opportunity.
Say, you got one more?
Yeah, last one for me, John. The Rockets, 3-game winning streak, beat the Spurs the other night. Saw Kevin Durant guarding Victor Wembanyama. Reed Shepherd had another big game. It seems like Kevin Durant's really taking Reed Shepherd under his wing a little bit. Just talk about those Rockets a little.
That was a big game. I think the Spurs killed them the last time they played them. The Spurs owned OKC, and OKC is the best team in the NBA. Unfortunately, the Rockets play in that division. Going into the game last night, Spurs had 5 more victories than the Rockets. Rockets were 10 games over 500. They've been about 500. They had a bad road trip, 5 games. They lost 2 to Sacramento, which is terrible, and lost to Portland. But they started like a house on fire. They haven't reached that point yet. And I know a lot of the national guys like Charles Barkley say they need to trade one of those talented young players for a point guard. No, I would not trade any of those talented young players right off. Everybody says, I want Amen Thompson. Well, you're not giving them Amen Thompson, who may end up being their best player in 2 or 3 years. But they got Durant. They wanted him to help them win close games in the last 2 minutes because that had been a failure for a young team under Ime Udoka. And so they got Durant to hit the clutch shots. He didn't early. Now he is playing good defense. They're using him correctly, making sure he has plenty of time off. But beating the Spurs, it's not as delicious here as beating the Mavs. But the Spurs are, because everybody hates the Mavs because they're from Dallas. But the Spurs still are a much better team than the Mavericks. So anytime you can beat Victor Wembanyama, it's a big deal.
John, Jose wants to know if you think there's been a better reclamation project in any sport, better than what Curt Signetti's done at Indiana.
I'll tell you what, Jose, I am headed, as soon as I'm through here, I'm headed to the 40th Bear Bryant Awards here in Houston. It's a big deal. And they named the National College Coach of the Year. Last year it was Marcus Freeman. Now, who do we think it's going to be? And they take into consideration the playoffs. Well, I'm surprised the other coaches are even coming here because we know who it's going to be. It was the greatest coaching job in the history of college sports. I see people trying to figure out other things that, well, gosh, what happened with Butler? And I'm like, there's nothing like Indiana, nothing. We're talking about the more losses in any school in history. And I think it's the greatest job in the history of sports, even before I was born. And now you wonder, what is he going to do for an encore? Says he's not interested in the NFL. I'll guarantee you, there have been a couple of owners called his agent and say, do you have any interest? And he just got $4.2 million bonuses kicked in. His agent was smart to have those clauses, because why wouldn't they have put them in there? You win in a national championship? Sure. How many millions do you want if you win a national championship? What a joke. And winning the Big Ten? Oh, man, you're dreaming. Boy, should we have hired this guy? And of course, he's cashing in on everything. He made, I think I saw in his last year, James Madison was either 425 or 475. This year he made 12.5. Now he's got these bonuses coming in. He also had a clause that if he wins the national championship, he's got to be among the 3 highest paid. And I'm thinking the agent, how they didn't laugh him out of the room when he's asking for clauses like that. The agent probably looked at the president and AD and said, all he does is win. Just Google him.
Yeah. John, great stuff, my friend. We look forward to it every week. Let's do it again next week.
I look forward to it, guys. Thank you very much. I'll tell you when I'm on with you next week. I'm going to tell you about our big movie premiere of our documentary. It's coming out on January 30th. Thank you very much, as always.
Absolutely. Wow, that's exciting. John's been working on that documentary for a while. Coming out the 30th. That's gonna be good. Next week we'll preview that documentary, because that's some gold. That's some gold right there. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. We'll get into the commentary. The Chip shot the right call. Hey, how about some better health in 2026? Let's do it the Humann way. Humann, they're science-backed formulas born right at the University of Texas Health Science Center. And these are elevated supplements that are taking your health to the next level. And I used to collect supplements, and the Humann supplements are unbelievable. I'm going to show you the 3 Health Daily supplements that I take, the Super Beets Heart Chews, which everybody should be taking, and the Turmeric Chews, but the Metabolic Health Daily, helping you maintain healthy blood sugar. This is important for us as we get older so that we're not, looking at adult onset diabetes. It's going to help you with weight management as well. The Metabolic Health Daily, the Cardiovascular Health Daily, helping you maintain healthy blood flow and blood pressure. And then the Cholesterol Health Daily. And this isn't to combat the bad cholesterol, it's to accentuate the good cholesterol that we need. These are next level supplements. And I also take the Super Beets Heart Chews, which I love because they're like candy. But if you've ever had any issue with blood pressure, the Super Beets Heart Chews with their beet-based formula is the number one recommended by cardiologists, and it's going to help you combat blood pressure or support your blood pressure, battling high blood pressure 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise. So, and then, if you're working out, like, you're battling inflammation, the Turmeric Chews, which are anti-inflammatory. And I also take the Super Beets Sports Powder, take that about 30 minutes before I go out to play tennis. I feel great. My body feels better. My brain fog is gone. Here's what you do. You go to humann.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. You're going to get 20% off your first order. And load up, because there's a 90-day money-back guarantee that you're not going to want to use because you're going to be feeling better. So take advantage of that promo. humann.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. Get 20% off your first order. You'd be glad you did. And hey, for my guys who are snoring out there, or my gals, we got the Sleep Cycle Center of Austin, which is one of the premier, treatment centers for sleep apnea. Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you sleep. He's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his father at the age of 60. This is a serious health issue. And because of our partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center, all you have to do is go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study is going to tell you if you have sleep apnea, what level. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from an oral appliance like I have, a mouth guard that helps hold my lower jaw open at night so I get all the oxygen I need, get that deep sleep. Because if you're not getting, the oxygen you need, you're never achieving REM sleep. You're not getting the deep sleep you need, that your body needs. You're waking up and you're tired and you're cranky. And if you've ever woken up like gasping for air from snoring, then take advantage of this incredible partnership that we have. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, if you're looking for a great meal and a fun place to hang out with your friends, high-end food without the high-end prices, Cover 3, right there in Anderson Lane in the heart of Austin. Also up in Round Rock off Old Settlers. Cover 3, great food, great service, great vibe. Of course, you can also watch your favorite team when they're playing, like Texas is going to play Kentucky tonight in basketball. Great place to hang out and, gather. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the Chop House burger. Texas Monthly says one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. You'll be glad you did. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, hey, audio visual consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, he's the best. He's a loyal supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So all you have to do is called 255-8678. 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. He can also do a full-blown media room for you. Surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. He's got it all for you. 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. All right, Zay, we've got for the chip shot today, I'm going to touch on a couple things, but still hearing, interior offensive line help is a possibility for Texas. So stay tuned on that. I got to say, I was watching some film of some of the transfer portal players that Texas is bringing in. I really like Raleek Brown. This guy has juice, and he's got wiggle. He's got spin moves. He had 2 fumbles on the year, but and sometimes people say, "Oh, that spin move, you can spin right into a tackle and a fumble." But I like the juice this guy plays with, man. And he's got leg drive. He's got good contact balance. I like him a little better than Hollywood Smothers. That's just me. Both these guys are going to help, but I really like Raleek Brown. I think he's got home run ability and a little better contact balance than Hollywood Smothers, but both those guys are going to help Texas. And I like, Derek Cooper. I know people have talked about him. He could have played defense, could have played safety or, linebacker, and Texas got him because they were unequivocal in bringing him in as a running back. He's got breakaway speed. I mean, he's a big dude, 6'1", 205, but he can run away from you. And old Jet Walker from Georgetown, 6'2". And he ran an 11.06 in the 100. So I think the running back room is going to be a lot more explosive next year. And then you got super energy, Jabbar Jalouk at the running backs coaching position. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun to watch this room over the next few months, winter conditioning, summer, and then into fall camp, because I think that room's going to have some juice. And of course those guys can catch. So I like it. I like that running back room. And of course it was decimated after the first week of the portal. It was like, what is happening? And then, Christian Scott ends up taking off. So I think that room's going to be okay. And I know we got some Texas basketball to talk about, but well, let's go there. Let's
No, say what you gotta say.
Well,
I want to ask you one more football question.
Okay. Well, go ahead and ask me the football question, and then we'll get into basketball.
Okay, because $5 Dill said this earlier. Torrey Beckman, strength and conditioning coach, is it the guy we need? And Zion, 3D7, agreed. How you feel about that?
Torrey Beckton's been really good until this year. He had some soft tissue injuries, the hamstring injuries that we have not seen in his first 4 years at Texas. I thought he did an excellent job, and he was coveted by NFL teams. I mean, he had a chance to go to the Rams. He had a chance. He's had other opportunities. I think whatever it was last year, he'll learn from it. I'll be surprised if there's hamstring issues again, because he's done a really good job at making sure that soft tissue injuries have not, until this past season, obviously, because, Wingo had, some hamstring issues in the spring, and then of course Wisner and Baxter both had hamstring injuries that kept them out of games, plural, during the season. So I think you give Torrey Becton a mulligan. If it's a problem again, which I would be surprised, then maybe there's something going on. But I think Torrey Becton's been pretty good. I mean, he was, and I get it, but we just haven't seen those soft tissue injuries until this past season. So I think you give him a mulligan.
Okay.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They're the best in the biz. If you're looking for a car, new, pre-owned, they will figure it out for you. And you go up in there and you get that thing with the smoothest process possible. Like, have your questions ready, have everything prepared. And even if you don't have everything prepared, they will get you prepared and they will work with you. Whatever your budget is, whatever you're looking for, crossover, truck, if you want that Dodge Charger, because you're trying to stun on them, they will work with you because they got it all. 2025 editions and now 2026 editions, Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Don't forget Cadillac again. Cadillacs are clean, boy. Very clean. So go check that out, covertbcave.com. When we went in there, wifey and I, the process couldn't have been smoother. And, hey, I owe Covert Bee Cave a lot for that because, hey, y'all know happy wife, happy life. So get over to Covert Bee Cave and, hey, change your life, change your family's lives. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Rupp Arena. This is what I've always wanted with Texas going into the SEC. This match up here, because Rupp Arena is a special place. That crowd, they love them some Kentucky basketball. It gets crazy there, and it's always going to be a tough place to play. And you better have the right mentality no matter what Kentucky team you're going to be playing against. And this Kentucky team, of course, with their struggles, the struggles that they've had all year. They've lost 6 games. That is very rare for a Kentucky team, not even in February yet. But Mark Pope, he's starting to figure things out. They're on a 3-game winning streak. They hit a game winner against LSU. They had a huge comeback win against Tennessee where they were down double digits in that second half, and they're just starting to grind out wins, and Mark Pope is starting to figure out his roster and the lineups that he likes, and guys that were playing earlier in the year aren't playing now, and guys that weren't playing earlier in the year are playing now. So it's going to be a tough matchup. But if Texas wants to exploit the weaknesses that Kentucky has, Mathis Vakataidis has to be a key factor in this game. He has to be huge. You got to give him his touches. He has to be smart with his touches. He cannot get into foul trouble. He cannot get into his feelings and get emotional when he starts to get hacked. And when he does get hacked, he has to go to the free throw line and knock him down, because they are weak in the front court. They are a little light in the ass there. They got their big Malachi Moreno, who's 7 foot. It says he's 250. He's not 250. He's not. They're trying to make him look bigger than what he is. He's not 250. He might be 235 at best. He is not a physical guy, but he's really their only big. They're now playing a Croatian freshman that they weren't playing earlier in the season that could step out and shoot the 3. So when Pope goes into that 5-out offense, that has been an issue for the opposing teams that they've played, which has led to Kentucky victories. So Tega Owe, you remember him from his Oklahoma days. He's a solid player. He's starting to pick up steam. And they got like 3 brothers that look the same. You're going to see number 1, number 2, and number 3 out there. They all look the same. Dark-skinned brothers. They got dreadlocks. They're around 6'5", 6'6". They got long arms. Like, it could get confusing. I'm telling you, not all brothers look the same, but with this example, these brothers look the same. You know,
if I said that, I'd be fired.
That's fine. That's fine. That's why I just leave it to me. I'll say it because Aberdeen, he could play a little bit. They got a freshman, Johnson, who looked really good. Jasper Johnson. He's starting to earn the trust from Mark Pope. He's a huge reason they won that game versus Tennessee. A big reason. Like, you look at his stats, and you'd be like, oh, he's barely playing. No. Again, Mark Pope's realizing guys that he was playing at the beginning, they ain't playing no more. Guys that he wasn't playing, they are playing now. Jasper Johnson's one of those guys, 6'5", lefty. He looks good.
Freshman.
Play a little bit. Freshman. So he's going to get minutes tonight. He's a matchup nightmare. Again, if you get the ball to Mathis, you should win tonight. You should win. You got to attack the rim. You cannot settle. And your defense, it has to be money. It has to be money. So this is a gettable game for Texas. They could get this one. I know the line is Kentucky -6.5. I take Texas in this one. I take Texas because this isn't anything like Bucky McMillan. They match up a lot better. Guards-wise, not as much, but inside, down low, Mathis has a huge advantage. Like, he should get 25 points tonight. This should be a 25-point game for him. If it's not, that's tough. Something has to happen completely wrong for him not to get those points. I think Kentucky is that weak down low. Hopefully Sean Miller can recognize that. Hopefully the guards for Texas can recognize that, because I thought they did a bad job of getting Mathis the ball late in that game against Texas A&M, who was also undersized. Like, AG, they're big. He's like 6'5". Now he has like a 6'10", 6'11" wingspan, and he's super athletic, so it makes up for a lot of the lack of height that he has. But still, you know, if you could get that shoulder into a guy and you're a 7-footer, 250 plus, and you could throw that jump hook, a guy 6'5", no matter how long his arms are, isn't stopping that. So same thing in this Kentucky game. You got to go at Moreno. If they could do that, Texas should win. But that's a big if, because sometimes this Texas team, they just do dumb things. And they don't take the easy way out. They make life harder for them. And you can't do that. You got to be smart with the way you play, your game plan, and how you attack. And you got to keep that consistent. Of course, the other team's going to make adjustments. That's what good coaches do. That's what any good coach would do. They're going to adjust to how the game is played. You got to be ready to counter that and then counter that on top of it. And everybody has to be locked in. Simeon Wilcher, I need a better game from you tonight. And I need that bench to do a little bit something more than what we saw against A&M. That's Kendall Weaver too. Kendall Weaver was not very good against Texas A&M. Neither was Lacina Traore. So that's a lot to count on with this starting five. The bench has to be better, especially if Sean Miller is going to continue to just play 8 guys.
Colin Chandler, he's another one. He can hit the 3 ball.
Yeah, he's starting to play a lot more too.
He's 6'5" at guard.
Yeah, he was a big part. White boy, you know, he got that little fro going on, little blonde fro going on. He can shoot it. He was a big part of their comeback against Tennessee, which, you know, Tennessee, Rick Barnes, they blew that game. They were in complete control of that game, and then they started to spread out Tennessee, and that's what's scary. You know, like Tennessee, they knew that they were bigger down low. So if you bring those bigs out and on the perimeter where they have to guard all 5, it makes those driving lanes a lot easier to penetrate. So with Texas, that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to bring Mathis outside the 3. They're going to try to get him into foul trouble. Your defense has to be on point to where he's not going to be a liability if they decide to go 5 out. Because that Croatian dude, I can't pronounce his name. He's got a pretty jumper. Jekovic. I don't know. Jelavic, 7-foot freshman from Croatia. He can shoot it. So you got to respect that. He is now starting. There's a reason why they won 3 in a row.
Jelavic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andrija
They've had a tough schedule,
Jelavic.
man.
Huh?
Kentucky's had a tough schedule. Like, it's the team that they've lost to are all tournament teams. So I can't say the type of fro that I wanted to say, y'all. Somebody on the text line. I can't say what the type of fro is. Very Jonah Hill, Seth Rogen-esque. I'll say that.
There you go. There you go.
That type of fro. Y'all can connect the dots. He's got that.
Yeah, Kentucky's losses are to Louisville, Michigan State, North Carolina. They got waxed by Gonzaga, 94-59. And then they've lost to Alabama in Tuscaloosa, where Texas won last week. And then they lost to Missouri. That was a bad loss.
That was a bad loss. Yeah, that was when Mark Pope was talking about killing himself and stuff. Everybody's like, whoa, Mark, relax. That's not what we should be saying.
Yeah.
That's not what we should be saying, Mark.
Let's not say that.
Let's not say that. But ever since he said that, they've looked good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ever since he said that, they've looked good. So I don't wish anyone to say anything like that, but the team looks good. So maybe that caught the team's attention, you know. But that game versus LSU, that was LSU horrible defense at the end of the game. They let Kentucky throw a full court pass all the way to the 7-footer Moreno, and he caught it and turned around, and very Christian Laettner-esque. That's what it was. It was like Christian Laettner against Kentucky. What was that, 92? That big game, the shot that Duke fans know of. That's
Laettner
exactly
gave him that little left shoulder and then spun back around.
Yeah, just perfect pass by Grant Hill.
Yeah.
Perfect pass by Grant Hill. But
yeah.
It's horrible D. Horrible. Rick Pitino. That's just horrible. Nobody ever talks about Rick Pitino and how bad Kentucky was with that defense in that game. No one says anything about that, which I don't know if – was that Rick Pitino coaching that Kentucky team? It had to be, right? Jamal Mashburn?
Yeah,
that had to be Pitino.
I think so.
I think so, too.
Let me check for you real quick. I don't want to –
Yeah, I don't want to put that on Pitino. Yep, it was 89 through 97. Yep. Rick Pitino, that was horrible coaching. Horrible. How the hell are we letting Christian Laettner catch that pass? 92
no one guarded the inbounds pass either.
92 Laettner? We're not letting them catch it. I'm letting Bobby Hurley beat us. If anything, 92 Laettner?
Now you put your tallest guy guarding the inbounds pass so that you can't get a good look like that.
Yeah.
The whole world, the whole college basketball world learned from that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Even Hall of Fame coaches can muck up. You know, my man Rex was after us for getting after Vic Schaefer yesterday. Hey, anybody can get it. No one's perfect. You find me the perfect coach. Anybody can get it. Anybody. I ain't perfect either. I'll take criticism. Ain't nobody perfect. I'll take it.
6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the early 6 o'clock tip as opposed to the 8 o'clock tip.
Yeah, that's what happens being in the SEC, Texas being in the Central,
time zone.
Yeah. They're going to get those 8 o'clocks, which sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, SEC Network, 6 o'clock.
Which is a shame, man. Like, both teams are this bad. This should be prime time. SEC Kentucky, Texas Kentucky, SEC Network, because these teams aren't that good. 7-6 lost teams. It's tough.
Well, man, we got the Australian Open. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sure you're all over that Australian Open, right?
Yeah. We'll cover it 2 hours tomorrow, huh?
Yeah. I'll give you a full rundown of the Australian Open
I
tomorrow.
appreciate that. I need that.
Got you.
I need that. I need to be humbled. Thank you. I
All
appreciate
right,
that.
let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt, what's up, fellas?
What's going on, guys?
How you all over that Australian Open tennis?
I just love it so much. Tuning in to watch it. Look, I grew up playing tennis. I did, and then I got older, and my parents weren't making me do it anymore, so I didn't play tennis as much anymore.
Oh,
Basketball. I don't mind tennis. It's not like tennis is you have to have the friends to play it with. Like, you can't go out and shoot some hoops with tennis. You got to have people that you play with that you enjoy being with. And I didn't like the tennis people I knew, so I stopped playing tennis.
well,
It's a very necessary sport, a very necessary thing to have multiple people that you enjoy. I did go to John Newcomb's tennis camp as a kid, though.
Yeah,
so that's my Australian. Isn't he Australian? Is that right? Yeah. See, I got
right there in New Braunfels. You went.
Yeah. So
I still go there every spring. We take a group down there and go get after it.
There you go.
We took 31 guys there last year.
That's
a
lot. Lot of I didn't have one person to play tennis with. You got 31. You're good to go.
I mean,
I don't think I know 31 people.
As we were signing off yesterday, someone was asking you if you already bought your Jonte Cook jersey.
Oh, yeah, no. No. Good news, though. Well, I can't officially report it, but I believe that Trinidad Chambliss will be in Oxford next year. It's looking real good from what people are telling me. So,
well, yeah, the judge is like 10 yards away from campus.
Yeah, he's
judge-
this guy.
Yeah, how's he going to be a former quarterback too? How does that happen?
Hey,
Alabama just got it done with their basketball player.
That's true. I saw
Was
that.
he in the NBA?
Well, he played for the G League. He played for the G League, and they're saying that the G League is not professional sports apparently. And so the NCAA is fighting it. But
so Greg Brown
Alabama
come
does
back?
it.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go
Nick
get Greg
Kabongo?
Brown back.
You think
Need
you
a
want
point
that guy
guard.
back?
Yeah, someone. Mo Bamba in the G League.
Well, Mo Bamba played in the NBA for a while, though.
I know. But still.
Is Kabongo like 30 now?
Probably older, I would imagine, but it's probably better than what they have right now at point guard.
That's
All right,
true.
fellas.
See you guys.
Appreciate you guys.
See you tomorrow.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. So we appreciate you hanging out with us today. Yeah, Greg Brown. Like the potential of Greg Brown is always intriguing. And hopefully he's gotten better with age. I hope that dude was not happy. He did not want to go to Texas. I don't think he ever wanted to play for Shaka Smart. I don't think he wanted to do any of that. And somehow he was there. And then he went to the NBA and it was the same kind of thing. They could never get him to care enough to actually take up any of his potential. And so I would not say that's a guy I would want back on the team. Say, like, if we're talking about effort, I don't know if I went there. I believe Toronto did sign Bamba. I don't know if I don't know. That was long enough ago, though. I think it was a few weeks ago, so he could be in, he could be out. I don't know. I haven't kept up with it.
What about Doge Balbe? Can we bring him back?
Doge Balbe. We can bring him back. Yeah. Bring back all of them. Let's bring back Javon Felix, man.
James Thomas. He's like 50 now, probably.
I'm all for it. Apologies if I sound bad at all today. I did get sick here in the last 24 hours. So I feel like I get my sick normally is like a quick 12-hour run. And I usually don't get sick for very long. So hopefully this will just be there, but it's a really intense 12 hours. So I woke up last night, I started to feel bad. And then this morning I woke up and was not doing well. And then I was like trying to get up and move around, and it's just downhill and downhill. So I think I'm feeling okay right now. So we'll get through the next 2 hours, but I appreciate my man Matt hanging in with me while I'm just trying to get there, because Matt's on vacation for the rest of the week, going hunting, right?
Yes. Well, it was a little bit up in the air because of the winter storm coming through.
Yes.
Not so much down where I'm going to be, but it's about getting back and all the ice that's going to be forming on Friday night more so than Saturday. So I think we're going to turn it into at least what it looks like right now is we're going to turn it into a one night thing. So I'm going to leave early tomorrow morning, hunt Thursday afternoon, stay Thursday night, hunt Friday morning, and then come back Friday afternoon. So I'll be listening to Open Gym on my way back probably.
Oh, there you go. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we saw CB, you're right. I didn't even think someone posted about it and they're like, everything's gonna be going HB. I'm like, oh, you're right. Luckily, I don't need a lot of stuff there anymore. So I think I'll be okay. But yes, people go in, they'll buy up all the toilet paper and everything else for 2 days that it's gonna freeze. I'm only annoyed because now I don't feel well, but also it was supposed to go out to my buddy, he's my best friend, and he's got a property out in Cedar Creek, and he's like, his birthday's on Sunday, we're gonna go hang out on Saturday, and then I'm like, well, I can't go out there and hang out and then go home because it's gonna ice, and I don't want to drive back roads not knowing if the road's ice, and then we flip on the back of that. Is now I'm like, well, it may not even get above freezing on Sunday, and I don't want to get stuck out there for 2 days. More that I don't want to put the pressure. I'm a lot to handle. People who listen to the show know 2 hours of me. So 3 days of me is way too much. So I want to put that on anybody for 2 to 3 days of me being in their life while the weather. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm hoping that I just feel better. I wake up tomorrow and feel better. It was. I also dealing with it was cold last night when I went to bed, and I was like, all right, and I bundled up. And I was like, wow, I'm really cold. And then roommates got home. AC or the heat all the way up. And so I wake up in 2 hours later, and I'm super hot. And I'm like, from earlier, trying to bundle in the blanket to then just being like, it's like, it's what it's like to live in Texas though, with with that. It's a good indoor representation of what it's like to live in Texas. Matt, a lot to get into on the show today. Want to go through a little bit more portal. If we've seen a little bit more, we haven't seen too much stuff from Miami and Indiana yet, but still some reports. If Matt's got anything coming up on the portal updates, we also want to talk some about the wide receiver room for Texas, as it is now thought of as one of the best wide receiver rooms in the country. We got some news about Emmett Mosley and where I think people are going to fit in. And we'll get through all that. We'll talk about Texas, Kentucky a little bit later as well. The basketball game tonight, do some NFL talk. We got to do our picks tonight as well, Matt, because you'll be gone the next 2 days. So, we're in a tense contest to one. I'm up by 1 right now with 3 games to go. So this is a big weekend. This is either I win it this weekend or we're playing at the Super Bowl. I can tie you or some other world in there. But I'm hoping that we're tied after this. I don't know. Can we tie after this weekend? I don't know. I guess it depends if we pick the same one-on-one.
If I win one and then we both win one, then we'll be tied. But
okay, we'll see. We'll see what we get into on that one. I do also believe, Matt, that the reason why I started feeling sick was because late last night I read the news that Mike McDaniel's going to be the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. I think that's really what started it. My brain was like, what's the point if Mike McDaniel went to the Chargers? That he turned down head coaching jobs, get back to California, man. Apparently one of the big pieces he wins.
Yeah, I mean it's really, rough living in Los Angeles. So I don't know. I mean, come on. What other choice would you make? You get the talent of Justin Herbert. You get a receiver like Ladd McConkey. You get Quentin Johnston, Trey Harris. You get some good running backs. If they can rebuild that offensive line with Mike McDaniel calling the plays, they are going to be very, very hard to stop. What I'm wondering though is why on earth is Atlanta hiring not only Kevin Stefanski, but it looks like they're also going to hire Tommy Rees. They're basically recreating the Browns organization with the Falcons. That just sounds like a really bad idea to me.
No, I know, because the Falcons, the one thing we know they have is a quarterback. So why would you like if you had a quarterback, it's one thing, because then you go, well, that was a problem with the Browns. They'd never had a quarterback. But they don't have a quarterback either. They have Michael Penix, who we have no idea, and Kirk Cousins, who we know is past, like, even if he was great for a season, he's still gone. Like, he's not a long-term answer. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. The Mike McDaniel one that's interesting to me is him with Harbaugh. Like, that doesn't feel like that works.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I get both those guys are football guys enough that I think the football end of it, they could sit and talk. But like personality-wise, this feels very much like Mike McDaniel's fully aware of this is a 1-year thing. I'm going to come in and make Justin Herbert look really good, and then I'm taking another job. I'm going somewhere else after that.
Yeah, it is going to be a very interesting fit, that's for sure. I can't imagine that it's going to be a perfect marriage, like at least at the beginning, because Mike McDaniel likes to do one thing, Jim Harbaugh likes to do the other thing.
Yeah.
But he's very creative. He likes to run the football. Like Raheem Mostert had a NFL record season, and I believe it was touchdowns or something a couple of years, like not last year, but the year before. Yeah. So I think he's going to do some things that are really going to help that offense. We'll see. I think he's an absolute genius when it comes to offense. Very similar to what Steve Sarkisian likes to do at Texas. So, and what Kyle Shanahan does in San Francisco. So it should be very good for them. I think it's going to be a good fit.
Yeah, and CB, I did see that of Baker Mayfield going back at Stefanski.
Class act Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, but I also get that of like, you know, I get if you get cut by somebody and then that guy's going to drag your name and you're like, dude, I played really great since, like, it was you. It wasn't me. You got fired. I'm playing great in Tampa Bay right now. It was you. Mm-hmm. And so I get it. But Baker's always been that way. And that was always, you know, it's like when Baker Mayfield is able to focus and use his pettiness or whatever in a positive way to make him go play football better. He's really good. In Cleveland, he used it to hate the coach. He hated the media. He hated everybody else. And it didn't translate on the field. And then he got back to being like, oh no, I can know how to be the petty a-hole when I'm out here playing. And then I'll be like, those guys hate me. So, you know, the old Michael Jordan stuff where it was a guy told him good game. And then he'd be like, you don't get to talk to me. And he'd put up 40 on him.
I think that Baker Mayfield has a little ways to go before he can pull off the same swag as Michael Jordan. But I've also, like, I was a big Michael Jordan fan growing up. He's still my favorite basketball player, or second favorite basketball player of all time behind Dirk Nowitzki. All that stuff about like the way that other people, like even saying nice things to him would motivate him, I think is such a tired, annoying narrative. Like, all I said was good game, Mike. And he took it personally. Like, I don't care. Like you're he's such a dork.
No, I know, but that's like the Shaq thing with David Robinson, where he made up a story.
Yeah.
To like dislike David Robinson to play better against him. And then after he stopped playing was like, oh yeah, that wasn't true. You're like, yeah, no, we all knew it wasn't true because David Robinson was not that dude. So, and you're also, it's not like, oh, he turned down my autograph. Oh, he turned down the autograph of the 6'11" kid. Something tells me he knew who you were. Something tells me you number one recruit and everything, this giant man. Something tells me he would be like, okay. And if he turned it down, it's because he thought you were 35 years old.
What an epic era of centers, by the way, that was. David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah. Well,
Kareem,
that was the
Shaq.
actual reason that he actually was miffed at everybody, was he got named to the starting spot in the All-Star game his rookie season. And Pat Riley, I think, was a coach of the Knicks at the time. And he was pissed that Patrick Ewing didn't get it. And he was a coach, and he was like, all right, well, I'm going to play all like even time, but I'm going to put it in. And then Hakeem and David and the West All-Stars went hard at Shaq and played him like really, really hard in an All-Star game. And so Shaq was just like, dude, I'm trying to go out there and do my thing, and y'all are all making a very big point that you're not handing over the reins, which I think is great for an all-star game. Like, we all wish we could have that back.
That's the way it
But
should
he
be.
was annoyed because his own team didn't like him and the other team didn't like him. And so he was just like, this is supposed to be like unity of the league. Like, yeah, but you're already in a movie. You're already doing all this stuff. No one really, like, you're already rubbing everybody the wrong way because you're not doing things like the old guard. And it was just going to be that way. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. It was just, that's always going to be that way.
And he's still rubbing people the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah. And Joe, there's a thing, and a buddy sent it to me today, and I've seen it a couple times where they're like, in the MJ debate, or the LeBron MJ debate, Rodman does it. And he goes, did you ever see MJ flop? And I go, yeah, a bunch of times. Can we not pretend that we're only watching highlights of one guy and full games of the other? We stop doing that. Yes, MJ flopped plenty. He didn't flop as badly as other people do now. Like, now it's egregious and it's really bad. But yeah, he flopped. Like, I learned how to flop watching 90s basketball. So I don't think I came up with it. I learned how to do it watching the game. So it's always been there. Michael Jordan did it. He definitely did it against the Pistons because they beat the crap out of him. So they hit him, but then he would try and sell everything he'd get to get him in foul trouble. So it is what it is. They just didn't call as much when he flopped. So that was more the difference. But yeah, he would still fly around and do that. It's worse now for sure. But yeah, I was like, yeah, we all have. Were you not sorry that you've done too many drugs and drank too much to remember your time playing basketball, but it did happen. It was there.
The NBA was also super goofy with their defense rules back then too. That, like, everybody always glazes the 90s era of basketball. And like, I was a fan, obviously. Like, that's when I was honestly the most into basketball that ever was. But it was so goofy, like the illegal defense and all the different stuff they used to do. Like, it was honestly kind of boring if you didn't watch like one of the top teams. Like, you didn't watch MJ or, you know, some of like Charles Barkley or something like that. It was probably going to be a very boring, low scoring game, and it wasn't that fun.
Yeah, no, it's I think Hair the Dog. I think he missed just two though. No, not anymore. But no, and it was like, yeah, you'd watch the big guys play back in the day, and they're like the big guy game. And you're like, oh, I'm sure. Let's go watch Greg Ostertag some more. His game is so good.
My dad treated Greg Ostertag in the hospital one time.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Was he as immobile then as he was on the court?
Probably.
Yeah. So sorry, ranting about NBA here early in the show. And Jan on the text line says, "Don't get tense, PD. We don't want to get more sick." I'll get tense later. It's before the game. I don't think it's as tense as after the game. After the game, it's much more intense. And I will say I respect Zay a lot. When I've looked into this game, I do not necessarily think we match up great with Kentucky. But we will see tonight. We'll talk about it a little bit more here in a little bit. But I'm on the other side of that one. I do not think we match up well. I don't think we match up well with anyone with a lot of bigs, and they have a lot of bigs. But we'll see if we're going to be able to go and get against them. But Matt, have we heard any more news on the transfer portal so far in the last couple of days? Are we still kind of in the holding pattern, waiting for Indiana to stop celebrating and Miami to get through their interviews?
Yeah, I think we're kind of in a holding pattern, at least, for the next 24 to 48 hours. I believe those kids at Indiana and Miami have until Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's Saturday. I can't remember off the top of my head. Friday to get into the portal. So we'll see where it goes. There's still players that are in the portal that they're looking at. Maybe they're waiting on a domino or two to drop before they start to make their decisions. But there's nothing that I've seen yet that would indicate that they're like the pending move is about to be made. I think they're waiting for all the dust to settle, and they've got plenty of time. There's no rush.
Yeah, no, that's why I haven't seen much either. It does feel like it is, a lot of people right now are kind of waiting for those Miami and Indiana players to see, all right, who jumps in, and then that's our final people in. So now we can actually go and make our last moves. But there's going to be plenty. Anyone who comes out of those is going to have plenty of suitors going after them, because it's a lot more slim pickings at some of these positions now than it was.
Yeah. Also interesting to note, Prince-Will Uman-Mielen enters the portal this morning, and about 30 minutes later, he signed with LSU.
Shockingly. I know.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming at all after you told me that was what was going to happen.
All my homies hate Lane Kiffin. What can I say?
A lot, and some people that are not your homies also hate Lane Kiffin. But I wanted to kind of get into the wide receiver room at Texas, Matt, because now we look at that wide receiver room, you feel like you got your two top guys in Ryan Wingo and Cam Coleman, and I want to get your opinion on about how these guys are going to work together, and then also throwing in the reports that Emmett Mosley, what we all kind of assumed was going to move into the slot, replacing DeAndre Moore, that feels like that is now pretty much official. So where those guys work together, and then we'll get into adding the other pieces of this roster and where those guys are going to be able to get in. Because last year it was more of it's, trying to get Ryan Wingo the ball and then kind of spreading the ball around for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So you're really trying to get Ryan Wingo the ball either on drag routes or screens or just get him the ball, maybe send him every once in a while. But then you drop a couple for Livingston, drop a couple for DeAndre Moore, drop a couple for Mosley. But you weren't necessarily, there was no other prime target. And now you're saying there's two major prime targets and another slot guy who you feel really good about, that if they're covering those guys, you feel pretty good about going able to sit down somewhere and get you the ball. What do you see with this wide receiver room to make it look pretty drastically different than last season?
Well, I think that the first thing that you have to consider when it comes to this wide receiver room is it's going to be very different looking than it has been in the last, 2 seasons, in the sense that it's going to be very big. Cam Coleman's 6'3", over 200 pounds. Emmett Mosley's 6'2", 205 pounds, and then Ryan Wingo is also up there at 6'2", 6'3". All three of them have different skill sets that complement each other extremely well. What this offense lacked last year was a true X wide receiver, meaning a big bodied guy who can go win contested catches downfield, who's going to carry coverage with him, because you're going to have to, if you're guarding Cam Coleman, especially in man coverage, you're going to have help over the top, or he's going to beat you every time because he's going to outjump you and outplay you for the football. So that is going to unlock the verticality of Texas's offense, which will allow Ryan Wingo to operate, more in the quick game and use his skill set, moving across the field and getting the ball with momentum and running upfield. And, coming on those drag routes and those screen passes and in the quick passing game and all of that stuff. They're ideal complements for each other in terms of skill set. So, and I said this, I believe last week, or maybe it was the week before, imagine Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell, except a more talented version of that, and a bigger, more physically imposing version of that. And that's what you're going to have with Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo. Is Ryan Wingo as fast as Xavier Worthy in getting downfield on those deep balls? No. But he does have plenty of speed, and he's going to be able to beat a lot of people downfield, as we saw this year already. And Cam Coleman's going to be able to go in there and get you those tough catches on third down to move the chains, or those tough touchdown catches down the field. Like I don't know if anybody remembers like that TCU game, for example, where Quinn Ewers had to throw the ball down the field on third down to win the game. That is a prime Cam Coleman moment. That touchdown that he had against Washington in the playoff, that kind of thing is going to be Cam Coleman's bread and butter. So I think that they're going to complement each other very well in that sense. And then you add a 6'2", 205-pound slot receiver who moves really well, who's very sure-handed, but is also a very good downfield blocker. Like, he was your best blocker at wide receiver last year. And I don't think it was particularly close. He's physical. He's big. He runs incredibly crisp routes, and he can get open in man coverage. So all three of those guys operating together is probably, and I really don't want to oversell this too much, because I think that could be dangerous. But if you're talking about the best group of three wide receivers that you've had at Texas since, Roy Williams, BJ Johnson, and Sloan Thomas, I think that this is certainly in that conversation right alongside AD Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, and Jordan Whittington. I think it's better than that version of the Texas wide receiver core. I really do.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really interesting to see, because like when you watch that 2023 wide receiver room work, they were an absolute menace. Like it was very difficult for opposing defenses to match up in any kind of coverage with that group because they had so many different skill sets and so many different ways that they could beat you. That's what this Texas wide receiver room is going to be next year, assuming that Arch Manning has time to throw the football. And let's not forget either, Arch Manning's legs are going to play a much different factor in the way that this Texas offense runs as opposed to it was with Quinn Ewers. He's going to be able to buy more time to get those guys open downfield if it's not there immediately. So it's going to be a lot of exciting things to watch. And if they can get the blocking up front, this has a chance to be a historically good Texas offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things when you talk about that with Arch too, that you're excited to see the difference of last year Arch going to offseason workouts where Quinn hands over the keys and says, all right, it's you now running it. But him not necessarily knowing how to do it completely and now having a year under his belt, asking the right questions through last year, being able to have Emmett Mosley there with him the whole time. You know, there isn't another transfer portal they're going to add. Like they could still add another wide receiver, but you know, they'll add him here within the next couple of weeks anyway. But they're able to add those guys in and go work during the offseason to get a little bit more rapport. And then you add in a Cam Coleman who has a different, you know, way of how they did things, where you don't want to do things the Hugh Freeze way, but you can do things and you can learn from the way things are done with what Cam Coleman's done in the past. So I think you add in all those things, the offseason is going to be a big piece of them getting rapport because, yeah, this is with Cam Coleman a bit more of a, if he's in single coverage, throw it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's probably the only guy on your roster if he's in single coverage, throw it, because Ryan Wingo, I don't think you trust like that. It's not necessarily his best skill set is to go up and fight for the ball. He sometimes, you know, gets, I won't say loses interest, but, you know, if he knows he's not going to catch it, he may stop the route a little bit shorter and not fully go through it and stop a defender who is going to run after that ball still too. I think Cam Coleman will do that a little bit more and be a little bit more big-bodied in it. So, you know, when you have those guys that you are able to sit, especially when you're about the 25-yard line, 30-yard line, and you go, if he's in man, put it up to him. And it's a pretty decent shot. Something good will happen. So I think you have that, and that opens up Ryan Wingo a little bit more to be somebody that if that one you go to him and you're looking that direction and he gets doubled, now Ryan Wingo just has to beat one guy. And that's where Ryan Wingo can shine, is beating one guy. So those are your two pieces you want to get. And if they're able to cover both that, put the safeties out, then Arch's legs matter a lot more because now everyone's downfield and Arch can go run the ball a little bit more, or you get Emmett Mosley sitting down somewhere in there where he's getting forgotten about and you might be able to get the ball to Emmett Mosley. I do think the tight end position is going to be really big still in this because for the Sark offense to work the way they want it to, you do have to have more weapons than they can defend. And so if Nick Townsend or Emery Winston, I think we all assume it's going to be Nick Townsend, but whoever is the guy that can get downfield and make those big plays and be able to open it up even more. So now they're stretched even more thin trying to cover him, and you get him a couple passes early and they're like, we are picking your poison again. It just opens up a world for this Texas offense again that wasn't fully there last year. Part of it, of course, is the offensive line, that there wasn't time to get there with Jack injuries. But I think you're hoping that offensive line is going to be a little bit better. And then now you love to have Jack injuries back for this season, but you're hoping Nick Townsend becomes that, you know, real athletic freak who's able to get out there and make some big plays for you to really assist that wide receiver room.
Yeah, I think this offseason is going to be big for him in his development for sure. They used him pretty simplistically last season because he was a true freshman and he probably didn't fully grasp the offense and fully understand the offense. I think with a full offseason, all those bowl practices and then fall camp, by the time he assumes the starting tight end role in week 1 next year, he's going to have a very big field to operate in. I loved Gunnar Helm. I thought he was awesome. I like Jack Indries a lot. Nick Townsend's athleticism makes them look like high school kids. He's an unbelievable athlete. he's going to be a matchup nightmare for safeties and linebackers. So with those three receivers operating in their different responsibilities and doing what they do on the outside, he's going to have plenty of opportunity to make some big time plays next year. I don't know if he's going to be quite to the level of like a Jatavian Sanders, because that would be very lofty expectations. But in terms of athletic ability, he's not that far off. I mean, this is a guy that could play tight end, or he could play edge rusher, or he could play linebacker. Like he could play all over the field if you asked him to. But he's going to be a very, very important part of this offense. And like honestly, if I'm sitting here today and it's 8 months until the first game of the season, I'm picking a player who is kind of in the shadows to have a breakout season for the Texas offense. I'm 100% picking Nick Townsend, because I think that he's going to be able to do a lot of different things with all those receivers running free throughout the field and drawing all that attention deep and wide and all that stuff with Ryan Wingo and Cam Coleman. It's going to be a fantastic situation for him to excel next year.
Yeah, I mean, what we can see what he's going to be able to do, it's going to be a lot of the discipline, because a tight end is a disciplined position of knowing when you're supposed to block, knowing when you're supposed to chip, and then getting downfield, because a lot of times for receiving tight ends, they kind of skip the hard part and get to the fun part.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's able to get the hard part done, then we'll be able to see him really flourish in that system and go. But when we start looking past those starting receivers and who's going to be on that starting line, Matt, I'm curious where you think the other wide receivers fit. And two, sorry, let me cough again.
Patrick's powering through it, guys.
Powering through. I'm curious about Michael Terry and Ryan Niblett, because these are two guys who have been moved to the running back room multiple times. Both of them have kind of played in weird flex positions, but it feels like that running back room maybe is a bit more full than it's been before, that they feel a little bit better about it, that maybe you don't need those shifty guys anymore. You don't need a shifty Ryan Niblett out of the backfield, because you've got Hollywood Smothers, you've got Raleek Brown. You feel better about them being shifty guys in the backfield. And Michael Terry, depending on what he was really specializing in, because we didn't get to really see him in the Citrus Bowl, do you move him out to a wide receiver room that is a little bit thinner if you don't put those two guys back in that room? And for Ryan Niblett especially, I mean, he's a huge keep for Texas this offseason, that they kept Ryan Niblett, where he could have easily gone somewhere where he was going to be a wide receiver 1 or 2 and get a lot more reps in that form. He decided to stay here. How do you kind of still utilize that and keep him where he is still a top return guy, but maybe you can find a second thing that he does amazingly well?
Well, I think you can use him in a lot of different ways, kind of like they did this year, except I think you can be more creative with him. You're going to have the weapons on the outside with Coleman and Wingo and Mosley, and the running backs that can stretch it to the outside and do things differently in the passing game. Where like this past season, when Ryan Niblett came into the game, especially in the early parts of the season, it was like, okay, Ryan Niblett's getting the ball. Now you can use him as a decoy. You can give him the ball in certain spots. You can play him at running back in certain situations. You can play him in the slot in certain situations as a fourth wide receiver. Just sending him in motion, drawing the defense to one side, giving it to him on a jet sweep. All these different ways you can get his hands on the football. Not quite to the extent of Keelan Robinson necessarily, where it was like, okay, he is a running back and a running back only. This is a guy you can line up all over the field. So he's just going to kind of be your jack of all trades, Swiss Army knife type of guy that can get the ball and break it at any point in time. And he's certainly going to be obviously very valuable in the return game, where he's probably the best, special teams return specialist in the country now that Casey Concepcion's off to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, because it was one of those big ones that he wasn't really discussed a lot, but that he stayed. But he was someone I definitely thought could have taken that Casey Concepcion, or a lot of other speedy wide receivers that are kind of thought of as just returners decide to hit the portal to go be a wide receiver, because returners don't get drafted as high as receivers do. So I could see them trying to use him a bit more. He has been playing ball nonstop, but I'm curious about him. What do you think about Michael Terry, who moved to that running back room, but is, again, there's not a ton of depth in that wide receiver room right now once you start taking some of these guys out, because they have some young guys coming in, but you lost a decent amount of attrition there in the offseason, and you really only brought in Cam Coleman.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jermaine Bishop is probably going to play a big role as a slot receiver next year. So where the spot comes for Michael Terry, I'm not entirely sure. I think you could use him in the slot as a bigger slot wide receiver. I think he's 6'3", 220 pounds, or you could, kind of develop him this offseason into your power back, because he runs downhill with a lot of authority. He runs through arm tackles. He's a really big, really fast guy. So this may not be the year again that we see Michael Terry break out, because he's still a very raw player. And everybody knew this when he came in as a true freshman. I know I got a little bit overexcited about him heading into the bowl game, that he was going to have a major impact. He had 1 carry for no yards. He was back there in the return game, which, maybe they're going to use him in the return game as kind of the second guy next to Ryan Niblett. But he'll be a depth guy. I think he'll have certain packages, maybe in a power running game or something like that. But he can play in the slot. He can play on the outside. I think what they need to do with him, though, is put him at a position and stick with it, because they had him in the slot for a while. They had him at outside wide receiver for a bit. Then they move him to running back. You need to leave him at one position and let him develop into that position. And if it's me, I leave him at running back and I let Jabbar Jalouk turn this guy into an absolute animal and be your power back. That's where I would go with it, but I'm not Steve Sarkisian. Maybe he has a better plan for him.
No, it is. It's the curse of the athlete, right? When you recruit a high school athlete and, well, we could use him in all these different places, and we need somebody here this week and somebody there next week, and maybe you don't develop them fully the way you need to. I'm with you. You need to kind of find where he is, because I think that, hindered Ryan Niblett a bit too. I don't think Ryan Niblett was quite ever thought to be where Michael Terry could possibly be, but Ryan Niblett, we've seen what he can do. And, the fact that he's been a running back, a wide receiver, he's never quite gotten everything down to fit into an offense perfectly. I'm hoping over this offseason that he really buckles down and they get him where he needs to be as well. That leaves us a couple other guys. You mentioned Bishop, which is going to be definitely a piece that everyone's excited to see.
Mm-hmm.
And, we just don't know. We can look at him in high school and all day and say, this guy could play day one. Malachi Toney, we see him 100 some plus yards in a national championship game as a freshman. Very possible to do. And then you see other guys that maybe take a little bit longer to fit into what the mold is. Sark is very big about trusting who he's got in there. So I think really Jermaine Bishop's going to have to do a lot this offseason and be coming into fall. Like, if I'm Jermaine Bishop, I'm calling Arch. I'm talking to Arch every day. I'm talking to Diabell. I'm talking to KJ Lacey. I'm getting reps in everywhere I can, so that when I walk in and know what's happening, that I feel really good about Sark is going to trust me to know what the play is, because that's one of the biggest pieces when you get to fall camp and, you line up and you're not sure where to line up on a play, or you run a route wrong or something like that. Sark's like, that can't happen in a game. So this is a big offseason for him, because we know physically he can do it, but mentally, can he be the guy to go in there, or does he get used really selectively of, here's the 10 plays to learn? And that's where you go. Because I think that's the big difference for Jermaine Bishop is, does it start with 5 plays and then maybe you get to mid-season, you're at 15, and then by the end of the season, you're at 35, 40, because you're starting to figure out how you work in this system? Or is he somebody more like Khalil Lockett, where it just didn't click freshman year, and it feels like it's going to click a lot more next year?
I feel like he's pretty ready to take on the challenge. I agree with you. I think it's going to be a gradual grow with his availability on the field in terms of what he's comfortable with. I've heard him compared to Jalen Waddle, like I've said on the show before.
Yeah.
The one issue that I have with Jermaine Bishop is he's how should I put this? Malachi Toney has 35 pounds on Jermaine Bishop.
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy had 10 pounds as a true freshman on Jermaine Bishop. So he's a relatively small guy.
A little slight,
but he's extremely explosive and quick. So if you get him the ball in space, he can do a lot with it. I would imagine that he's probably used in a similar way that Xavier Worthy was used as a freshman at Texas. Lots of stuff to the wide sides of the field, getting him in space and those kinds of things. Maybe send him downfield because he's probably going to outrun everybody too. But it'll be interesting to see how often they use him early on in the season. I think he's probably more ready to contribute coming in as a freshman than Kalik Lockett or Dalen McCutcheon. I don't think he's too far ahead of Dalen McCutcheon, though, at least by my estimation. So he'll probably be used sparingly at the beginning, and then as the season goes on, he'll probably develop more and more of a role. But I'm really excited to see him on the field because anytime he touches the football, he can take it to the house. So he's a really exciting player to watch.
Let's hope he doesn't have that Xavier Worthy thing where every time it gets hit, you're like, oh no, get the cart. And then he kind of hobbles off. And then he's back on the play, like 2 plays later, running full speed downfield again. You're like, wait, what is happening?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be you definitely don't want to send this guy into zone coverage across the middle at a linebacker. I'll put it that way.
No, you don't want him to take that Parker Livingston hit from this year.
No.
And so that only leaves us with Kalik Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon. Really, I guess Red Anderson is also there as guys we expect to. I don't know how much we expect Red Anderson to play this season, but I mean, do you expect him to play a lot this season?
Not a whole lot, though.
No, I mean, he's a returning wide receiver is what my point is. But McClain, Kalik Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon, where do you see those guys kind of fitting in with a really high level top 3 guys? Then you get some exciting guys behind them in a Bishop and a Ryan Niblett and some guys like that. They're like, these guys are really explosive. What is kind of the place for both of them to fit in and find a really good spot for them in this offense?
Well, I think that Dalen McCutcheon is probably going to be your number 4. Like if there's 4 wide receivers on the field at the same time, I feel like Dalen McCutcheon would be that 4th guy. I think he'll be your backup slot to Emmett Mosley as well. Spelling him at certain points of the game. Maybe they're on the field at different times together or whatever. That'll be really interesting to see how they deploy him on the field. Kalik Lockett is probably going to be the backup to both Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo at both the X and the Z positions. So anytime one of them comes off the field, you see Kalik Lockett. So you will see a lot of Kalik Lockett and Ryan Wingo next year. You'll see a lot of Cam Coleman and Kalik Lockett on the field together. He's going to be used a lot more on the outside. And you can kind of see where Texas will utilize him the way that he played in the Michigan game with that big catch that he had for a touchdown late in the game. That's kind of where he thrives, is on that outside running down the field. And, eventually, probably I would guess in 2027, after next season, he's going to be your number 1 X wide receiver with replacing Cam Coleman. But right now, he's still trying to find his way into the rotation with those 2 outside guys. He's going to be so good, though. If Texas can make sure that he sticks around and keeps developing, this guy is going to be an NFL player, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it does feel like that's the thing, is you feel like there's guys on this roster that are NFL players and they're just not quite there yet. But we've talked about it, at length now. Development. That's what you got to do. That is what Indiana did really, really well. That's why they just won a national championship. Miami developed like that defense is very well developed as well. You have to be able to do that. So you get guys in the portal to help you out. You get your Cam Colemans. But if Sark and Chris Jackson can get that wide receiver room to be a little bit more sure-handed, it feels like Chris Jackson now is the drops guy and Tashard Choice was the fumbles guy. And like they do so much good, but you're still always going to be about the thing that everybody gets mad about. And so Tashard Choice was at the end of his run. There was just too many fumbles on the Texas team. And so people are just like, I don't know. And Chris Jackson right now, his last season, there was too many drops. So if you're able to get that fixed, it felt like the guys that were playing knew the routes to run. They weren't really missing. I mean, Arch missed more than they were missing running routes. It didn't feel like there was major miscommunications a ton, which is good to see because that's a huge part of a quarterback not losing his brain, losing his mind completely because guys are not in the right place. Hell, we saw it. We see what Sark did with A.D. Mitchell, who's gone to the league and they can't figure out how to get him in the right spot. And part of that was maybe it's just the Colts, and now he's in New Jersey, or New York, so it's with the Jets. So I don't know how much now he's going to be able to do, but yeah, that wide receiver room is definitely something that I'm really curious about, because it is. I mean, you had Emmett Mosley, who really kind of came on late in the year, and we were really excited about, but he was a late addition, injured a little bit through spring training, so it took a little while for him to get there. And Ryan Wingo, and it's a lot of new faces that you haven't really seen so far in that room. So how they're going to make that work and how they put it together over the next few months in spring ball to figure out exactly where everybody fits is going to be really interesting, I think, for that room. What else is going to be interesting is the quarterback carousel of the transfer portal, Matt, which is been rolling now, and hundreds of quarterbacks are in new places. People looking to get a starting job and move on from where they're at. And I just kind of wanted to go down a list and get your opinion on the fit of some of these quarterbacks and just see if we like the fit, if it was best case scenario, maybe where you're like, well, the fit's okay, but it's the best player for, what's there. Because I think it goes with the first guy is the question of Sam Leavitt at LSU. Going with Lane Kiffin, it does feel like this will work. I mean, Lane Kiffin has done well with quarterbacks in his history, and that's the reason why you want to go in and play with him. Is this fit, as someone who watched the Ole Miss offense last year, does this seem like a really good fit, or does this seem more of best possible answer?
I think it's a really good fit, and not because of the Ole Miss offense last year. Lane Kiffin always develops his offenses around his quarterback skill set and what makes them and what gets them to play at their best. He turned an absolute turnover machine in Matt Corral at Ole Miss into one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Very quarterback friendly offense, and then he moves to Jackson Dart, and which is a completely different skill set than Trinidad Chambliss, and he's able to make both of those guys work and be extremely productive quarterbacks. I mean, Jackson Dart is the most statistically accomplished quarterback in the history of Ole Miss football. So, and there's a lot of good quarterbacks that came before him: Chad Kelly, Matt Corral, Eli Manning. You could go on down the list. He was statistically the best one ever. Yeah. So he's going to develop his offense around Sam Leavitt. He's gotten him weapons on the outside. I hope that Sam Leavitt fails and Lane Kiffin fails. But it's really hard to believe that they won't at least have a prolific offense, because he's a quarterback guru. He really is.
Yeah. All right. Our next one on the list is Brendan Sorsby there at Texas Tech. Coming from Cincinnati to Texas Tech. I get that people are really high on him. It feels
forced.
Like a little bit. It feels like it's not necessarily like, oh, we're going to get this elite quarterback, so much as, oh, we'll get a guy who'll play well for us. And you're like, but you need elite play to go win in the playoffs. Didn't you see that? What happened when you got to the playoffs last year? Like, you're going to be great in the Big 12. But I feel like I might have gone for someone that wasn't another Big 12 guy from Cincinnati who played really well. I don't know. It feels, I think force was the right word, man.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have this absolutely amazing season. He threw for 2,800 yards, 27 touchdowns, 5 picks. Over his, really the second half of the season, he threw for under 200 yards 3 times. Lost 4 straight at the end of the year to Utah, Arizona, BYU, and TCU. Had 4 picks over that stretch. I mean, he's better than what they had. He's better than Baron Morton. What I struggle with about Brendan Sorsby isn't necessarily his talent or his fit with Texas A&M. It's more about his body language. And what I mean by that is, I don't like quarterbacks who, if a receiver runs the wrong route, or there's a penalty, or something doesn't go their way, they're visibly throwing their hands in the air and yelling at somebody and blaming somebody, like the Carson Beck thing.
Yeah.
Like, Carson Beck overthrows a receiver. There's a miscommunication. He puts his hands on his head like it's the other guy's fault. And then he goes to the meeting. He's like, well, if he had done this, then I wouldn't have thrown that pick. Like, that's the kind of player that I identify with Brennan Sorsby. He at least when I watched him, he did a lot of that. And maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
And he'll be good with Texas Tech. He's going to be an upgrade. Was it a $5 million upgrade? I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of money to spend on a quarterback who's honestly kind of mid, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's along the lines of what's the ceiling, and I guess their thought is let's go get a guy who's the most like with the highest floor,
yeah,
as opposed to the highest ceiling. Because like you could look at a DJ Lagway and be like, well, the ceiling on him is through the roof, but I don't know. I think maybe they were just like, we can't have someone who screws up and costs us 2 games.
Yeah,
so we just need somebody who's not going to throw a lot of picks and can fit in and play with what we have, and we'll figure the rest out later. But it does kind of feel like at some point they're going to have to, and maybe they're just going to try and keep figuring it out and then go, when we get our Fernando Mendoza, we'll be great.
Yeah, he ain't Fernando Mendoza.
No.
But he's a good quarterback. He's just not like, if you're going to go out and pay $5 million for somebody, you better go get me like Arch Manning. You know what I mean? Or somebody who's going to be a contend for a number 1 NFL draft pick.
I mean, Darian Mintz is going for more than that, and that's nuts. But all right, one more. And this is you had an interesting take on this team the other day, but Drew Mestemaker is thought of as very highly coming out of North Texas. Of course, he's following his coach to Oklahoma State now. I think he had an interesting take yesterday. Is Oklahoma State going to try and be the next Indiana with a good coach coming in? A ton of guys from North Texas coming in with him, a bunch of people, like a bunch of transfers, a school that's always, Gundy always had them around until the last couple of years. And can they be a team that now suddenly jumps up in the Big 12 because they've got, I mean, maybe even the national landscape by adding a Drew Mestemaker and adding some of these other pieces to just completely rebound in one season?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've added 53 players in the transfer portal.
It's
ridiculous. They've gotten some really, really good talent too. A lot of it is from North Texas. They got Caleb Hawkins, the running back. They got Drew Mestemaker, the quarterback. They got a defensive lineman. I believe they got one of the receivers as well. I'm trying to go through this list, and there's so freaking many.
54 on this list.
Yeah, there's 54 players, some on defense, some on offense. A lot of the defense came over. But the big one is Drew Mestemaker. They also, Terrence Lewis, the wide receiver, Miles Coleman, the wide receiver, Wyatt Young is the number 1 wide receiver. He's going to be really good. Both the offensive tackles came over. The running back came over. So there's going to be so much familiarity with this team with Drew Mestemaker already. It's going to feel like a natural fit for him. I really don't know what to make of Drew Mestemaker because you can be so productive in the AAC. How is that going to translate over to Power 4 football? Well, you're lucky you're going into the Big 12, number 1. But you already know the system. You already know the players. You have in another huge thing about this, by the way, with him and Caleb Hawkins is both those guys were freshmen last year. So they're going to be able to play in that system for a couple more years at least. He's going to be comfortable. He's got a really good skill set. I don't know why he didn't start in high school. That is bizarre to me that one of the best quarterbacks in college football couldn't start on his high school team. But hey, he did it. I think that they're going to be one of the surprise teams next year for sure. I don't know how sustainable it's going to be because it just because you bring in a bunch of players from another school to follow your head coach doesn't mean it's going to work out like it did for Kurt Signetti, because that was kind of a special situation. But they should be a lot better. Yeah. And I would be surprised if he's not one of the top quarterbacks in the Big 12 next year. In fact, when you look at the rest of the Big 12 quarterbacks, there's DJ Lagway and Brennan Sorsby, Drew Mestemaker, Bear Bachmeier. There's probably one that I'm forgetting, but I mean, he should be, by my estimation, at least first team All Big 12 next year. He's going to be really good. Yeah.
A couple other guys, DJ Lagway, we just mentioned, from Florida to Baylor, just all the problems he's been having. The turnovers, just not being able to stay healthy, everything about it. His dad was a Baylor Bear. it felt like he said he was going to go and then was not closing his commitment, and then finally came back and said, all right, I'm going to actually go to Baylor. This feels like it's not going to end perfectly well. Like, I don't know if Baylor and Dave Aranda are the guys to turn him around and get him playing great. Like, they had Sawyer Robertson forever, and it just never really got, like, every year was like, this is Sawyer Robertson's year. This is the one. He's been with Aranda for 36 years now. He's going to be good this year. And it never really clicked. I don't know if all of a sudden you're going to be able to fix all the problems with him. I get there was not a lot of other guys who get, and his ceiling is through the roof. But from him not really wanting to fully be there to just the track record, I don't know if I'm fully sold on this one being a great pickup, or this is kind of just the best that was out there.
Well, I mean, in terms of skill, and I don't say this lightly, in terms of raw quarterback, traits, I don't think you're going to find a better specimen in college football than DJ Lagway. Athleticism, arm talent, all that stuff. What worries me about DJ Lagway is between the years. He was beaten to a pulp last year with Florida. So many picks, so many mistakes. Part of that is because he was running he was in a horrible offense at Florida that had weapons around him. But I mean, basically everything I heard about Billy Napier last year was that Billy Napier was calling the plays, and he would walk in on like Friday night or Saturday morning after the guys had already developed the game plan for that week and be like, all right, what are we running?
That's not good.
Like, okay, no, that's not good. So I think that Baylor is going to be able to prepare their offense a little bit better than Florida did last year. I just need to know if DJ Lagway can put all that behind him and be comfortable and familiar enough with this offense to perform at a high level. If he can do that, he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the country. But it remains to be seen if he can. So I don't have a lot of faith in Baylor. I never have. I hate Baylor with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. But
where does that hate come from?
One of my best friends from high school was a Baylor fan, and we used to constantly have arguments about Baylor versus Ole Miss and Matthew Stafford versus Robert Griffin III and all this different stuff. I obviously won all of those arguments, but it really trained me to hate Baylor. Plus, I think that their fans are obnoxious. Like, learn how to win. You have a couple of good seasons and you think that your shit doesn't stink. You think you're on top of the world. Learn how to win and be a classy program. Baylor is not a classy program. And look at all the different things that they have had go wrong within that school. I mean, it's just a gross place.
It is. Also the bear claw thing. I'm not the Sikkim thing. It's a weird one.
Stupid.
Also, Sikkim isn't a place. Once you've had the amount of like terrible things happen at your school, you should have to change that. Like, do not
and you don't tell a bear Sikkim. You tell that to a dog. It doesn't even make sense.
They don't know. All the bears around the Waco area.
Oh yeah, so many bears in Waco, Texas.
What do you think about your good boy Deuce Knight there? You're hoping that Trinidad Chambliss is going to be coming back. It feels like that's the case right now, that he is going to be coming back. But what do you think about Deuce Knight if he does have to end up playing for Ole Miss next year?
Well, Trinidad Chambliss will be back. I'm about 99% sure of that.
Yeah.
But I think Deuce Knight's going to be awesome. I mean, he still has to do a lot of development. His skill set is unbelievable. He's very, very scary if he's running the football specifically. He played against Mercer this year, and he had like 4 carries for almost 200 yards. I have to go back and look at the numbers, but he was just like taking it to the house on almost every time he ran the ball in that game. But I watched him at Elite 11 too, and he's got all the traits that you want in a quarterback. I wouldn't be as comfortable picking Ole Miss to do well next year if he was a starter, just because I think he has a lot of learning and growing to do in terms of being a full-time starting quarterback. But if he gets to sit for a year behind Trinidad Chambliss and then come out as a starter in 2027, I'm good, bro. Like he will take that year, learn, and be a really, really good quarterback. And I think the sky is the limit for him. I mean, if I was Hugh Freeze, I would have just thrown him out there as a freshman last year for the whole season and see what happened. I bet they would have ended up with a better record than they had with Jackson Arnold. I'm telling you.
If you were Hugh Freeze, you'd be playing golf right now.
Well, that's true.
That's true. Yeah. One more for you here in the SEC. Austin Simmons headed to Missouri. You saw a lot of Austin Simmons. He was supposed to be the guy coming up after Jackson Dart. And, of course, he gets injured early. Trinidad Chambliss takes over. Now he's headed over with Eli Drinkwitz there in Missouri. How does that fit for Austin Simmons for you?
I mean, I think it's good. Eli Drinkwitz runs a very quarterback-friendly system. But also Austin Simmons, he's if you talk about between the ears, like I mentioned with DJ Lagway, there's not a smarter person in college football than Austin Simmons.
Okay.
Like just in terms of raw intelligence, like there's just not a smarter person in college football. He graduated high school when he was like 15 years old, and he's I think 20 now, maybe 21. He's already on his grad degree. So he's incredibly smart, and he's got the right tools and all that stuff. What I want to see with Missouri is if they can put the right weapons around him. Because they had a little bit of turnover in the transfer portal. I think that they're getting that Coleman kid back. I can't remember his first name, but their number one wide receiver, I think, is coming back. I don't know. It remains to be seen. I think he's a really good fit there, though. So, like what they do offensively is a good fit for his skill set. And I don't think that there's going to be a huge drop off between. Yeah, Kevin Coleman. I don't think there's going to be a huge drop off between him and Bo Pribula. I do think that he will have to win the job over Matt Zollers, though, because both of those guys are really, really talented players. But he's going to have a real good shot to do it.
No, I like that. We'll have to go do and rank our SEC quarterbacks, but I want to wait to rank our SEC quarterbacks till we know who the quarterback of Ole Miss is, because we assume it is going to be Trinidad Chambliss, but I don't want to. I feel like it'd be jinxing it for you, Matt, if we did it now. So I don't want to jinx it for you, So we will wait on that one. We come back. We're going to take our first break here. When we come back, want to get into the Texas versus Kentucky game. We will make our picks for the divisional or for the conference championship weekends as well. We'll talk a little bit about those with Matt before he goes. Talk a little bit about the coaching changes and what's happening in the NFL right now, all that good stuff. And of course, whatever you guys want to talk about there in the chat here on hour 2 of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on a Wednesday afternoon. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for that portal to give a little bit more. The good news about the portal is it can no longer taketh. Can only giveth at this point, Matt. Yeah. It's a much more positive portal than what we had at the beginning, which was just taketh and no giveth. And then we started to get the giveth, and it was much better. But we will see what we get as that continues on. I'm sure as soon as Matt gets ready to hunt, something will break, and he will be trying to figure it out.
Well, luckily I have a very trustworthy staff to help me take care of these things. My guy Zach Dimmitt, who will be joining us on the show next week, by the way, to talk some basketball. He's my number 2 guy, really good at what he does. So he's going to hold it down for me while I'm gone. I'm a bit of a control freak though when it comes to my website, so I will still probably try to have my hands in it, even though I'm sitting in a deer blind.
Yep.
We'll see where it goes. I'm going to try to stay hands off. I'm only going for one night, so I'm going to try and make the best of it, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it's you can't miss the hunt because you're trying to update a story about a guy who entered the portal and may or may not be coming to Texas. You can't be.
Yeah.
You gotta,
it's true.
Gotta wait for it. But yes, you can be out there. Unfortunately, the winter weather that we're not sure what it's going to be. Ted Cruz is on a plane this morning, though, so it's probably going to be terrible. We know if Ted Cruz gets on a plane, it's going to freeze in Austin. And if Ted Cruz goes to a basketball or football game in the state of Texas, your team's going to lose. Those are just facts at this point. This is not politics anymore. This is just things we know from experience.
It's like the Drake curse. Like if Drake bets on you, then you're probably going to lose.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. When Drake shows up in your uniform, you're like, oh man. Matt, did you see? I'm guessing you didn't watch it, but last night the Spurs and the Rockets played. It was on NBC, and you know what you love to see on the first game of a doubleheader on network television? A 25-minute delay, because after they do the anthem, someone on the Spurs turns around and goes, "The rim's crooked," and it took them 25 minutes it took them like 20 to get it fixed. And then they had to do 5 more minutes of warming back up because they had not done anything for, close to 30 minutes at that point. And it was, but the guy, and you're like, I don't know if there's a more stressful position than being on, hey, what's your claim to fame? Oh, NBC was filming the back of my head with a level on a rim with like an extreme close-up is I'm trying to do this and it's not working. Everything I'm doing is not working. And Ian Eagle is doing play-by-play of me not being able to fix this. It was a long start for a game that was a lot of fun for 3 quarters. And then the Spurs do what they do, which is blow it in the fourth quarter, blow a double-digit point lead. I think like 15 out of their 16 losses or something like that, 12, they've had a double-digit point lead in the second half. Not a good stat.
No, that's not a good stat.
But yeah, so
that's almost as stressful as being the cameraman during the national championship game and panning onto the wrong person in the crowd.
Oh, you mean like a porn star?
Yeah.
That was meant to be. They knew what they were doing. They all knew what they were
Probably.
doing. Plus there's like 70 camera. You don't gotta go to someone else. Go to camera 2, not camera 3. Come on, guys. I just like that they're like parents were upset, and you're like, no one know. They didn't come out and say who she was. So why would parents be upset about it? Kids don't know.
If the husband knew that it caused an issue in the house, and that's why the parents were upset.
And if your kids know, then you should probably take their phone away.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I didn't quite get why people would be like, yeah, I mean, I get maybe it was a bigger deal, and so it was in the news, and so kids knew about it, and then they showed her. I don't know. I mean, it took me 6 months to figure, or it took me 6 or 7 months to figure out about 6, 7, should say, that I did not know about it. And now I've heard that it's terrible now. That is very 2025. And if you do it in 2026, that is what I've heard from children because I think parents have done it enough now that they have realized this is no longer fun. Too many parents are on board with it now. And that automatically kills anything.
My favorite meme from this last few months is kids today are doing the 6-7 dumb thing. When I was a kid, and then it pans back to pro wrestling with the suck it stuff. You know,
yes.
That was like that's what I was doing when I was a kid.
Yes.
Loved it.
No, that is hair of the dog. You can't rat yourself out like that. You just, if you see that person, you see her, and then you look at her and you go, Miami fans, pretty trashy, huh? And then everything's good to go. But yeah, if you just go, oh, I'm a fan of her work. You're not gonna be able to follow that one back up. So can't be outing yourself like that in the room.
Feels like a Friday show today, Patrick.
Well, it's the last show for you, man.
It is. That's true.
And I'm just stalling to kill time as I'm just trying to go back to bed in 50 minutes and watch a game from bed in 50 minutes. That's all I'm trying to get back to. No, and Soul Scream, I'm not saying nothing is wrong with watching.
Yeah, let's.
I'm not. I am saying more of it's funny. It's always been a funny thing.
Yes. We've had enough talk about this. We should move on. My apologies.
We'll move on. It's a Wednesday. You're right. It is a Wednesday. It's not an open bar, open gym Friday. Tonight, Texas does take on at 6:00 over there on SEC Network because Chip's got to watch his Australian Open, so it's on ESPN. I believe North Carolina is on ESPN too. So we get knocked over to SEC Network. Playing the Kentucky Wildcats. This is a game. One of the things that really worries you about Kentucky is their size. This is a team that has a lot of guys that we had looked at. Now, the good news is Jaden Quaintance, who is a guy that Texas really wanted to get at a point, is injured right now. He's had a lot of injuries, but Jaden Quaintance was a guy that Texas looked at pretty heavily, and he decided to end up going to Kentucky. He's a really good player. He will not be in. They also have Jalon Lowe. Is another good player for them, averages 8 points a game. He is out tonight as well for Kentucky. But Otego Owa is really one of those guards you're going to have to watch out for. He is 6'4". You look at the other guard, Denzel Aberdeen, 6'5". Everybody over that is going to be taller than they are. I don't quite know who Jordan Pope is going to be able to try and pretend to guard in this game. I think in other games you've had ways to make it work and maybe put someone on someone else. I think this Kentucky does like to run. They like to do a lot of things Texas does. I think if we look at it, Bucky ball is different enough from Sean Miller that it did mess with him. I think Mark Pope is playing closer to Sean Miller. They're going to try and shoot a ton of threes, though. That's something Texas doesn't do. Texas has been pretty good at running guys off the line, but if they're able to get inside and get the ball inside to some of their bigs, that's where you get Modest Voikatitis in foul trouble. And Modest tonight is going to have to stay out of foul trouble for Texas to have a really good shot in this game. Because if he gets in foul trouble, that means, first of all, you can't even get the ball inside to him, so that when your offense does start to stall out a little bit, Modest has been your guy to get you back into games and just get a couple shots up, throw it inside. He puts some shots up, hits a couple, and you feel good. If that's not there, either because of foul trouble or because he's going up against 6'11", 7-foot guys, it's going to be a lot harder road. So you got to be able to find somebody on this team. I think you look at a Dalen Swain in this game and hope for a Dalen Swain good game. maybe a Tremont Mark get back up to like that 20-point thread. But again, I'm just not sure about Jordan Pope in this game because the height difference, because he is not a tall 6-foot guy. He's one of these shorter 6-foot guys in college basketball.
Diminutive, some might say.
Yes. So it's going to be a question of what they do. And Simeon Wilcher hasn't played as well in these games, and you hope Simeon Wilcher can turn it around. And then Cam Heide is going to be like, can he not get posted up on and brought inside? When we look at Jelevic, Andrea Lejovic from Croatia, he's 6'11", 225 freshman from Croatia. He's been playing pretty good for them lately. If that is Cam Heide's assignment, I don't know what the hell he's going to do. So this one does feel like a tough matchup where there's a lot of guys that I'm just not sure how we're going to defend them effectively enough.
I mean, are both of Kentucky, like, is Kentucky's for one of those guys that can stretch the floor, or is he more of a post guy?
He can stretch the floor. He can shoot threes.
Oh, well, yeah, Texas is cooked if that's the case. I was kind of hoping it was one of those teams that, you know, puts two big bodies down low, kind of like when they had Wendell Carter and and who was the other guy? Can't remember. He was a number 2 pick in the draft. They picked him ahead of Luka. I remember that. That was a mistake. But if that was the case, I'd feel a lot better about Texas, you know, putting two big guys down there. But Cam Heide has been such a net negative defensively. You just kind of hope that he gets hot from three and can knock a couple shots down to make up for that in this one. I'm equally concerned about Jordan Pope as well. They have to figure out a way to get Simeon Wilcher playing better.
Yeah.
For matchups like this one specifically, because you can't trot a guy out there that's probably actually 5'10" to go guard a guy that's 6'4" and you know, he's going to have a hard time now. And maybe he gets hot and maybe he's just draining threes from NBA range and they can't get up on him in time. But I think this is probably going to be an uphill climb for Texas. I agree. You have to lean on Dalen Swain and you have to lean on Tremont Mark and hope that they can, you know, make the difference for you. And you know, let's be honest. I thought they were going to get run out of the gym by Vanderbilt, and they didn't. So maybe Sean Miller is going to figure out a way to take Kentucky out of their game and make it work to his advantage, like he's done the last couple games. But
no, and that's, I think it's about that game plan against Mark Pope. We know that Kentucky's played better. They've been in close games though. Had a pretty tough schedule so far this season. It just feels like, you know, you're going up against a team that's very athletic, like you are. So you're not going to have these super advantage in athleticism. And another piece for this, Kentucky really causes havoc in turnovers. So this is the cost: is they play a defense where they're going to allow you to get some shots off and get some passes because they're going to go for steals. If you can be careful with the basketball, then you'll have a lot better shot in this game. Because if you can keep it under, you know, 8 turnovers, 10 to 8 turnovers, and try and get them to turn it over a couple more times, then that means you're not giving them free shots. And it does mean that you're going to be able to get down and be able to take some, you know, actual decent shots against them. Because the basic difference is a good pass into Modest, and he keeps the ball up high and he puts it into the bucket for 2 points, or you throw it in, he lowers it down, ball gets stripped out, it goes the other way, or you're throwing it around on the perimeter and you just throw a lazy one instead of a nice firm one, and it comes, you know, flying the other direction again. And so instead of getting a shot where that guy's going to fly for the ball anyway, even if it's a crisp pass, and you get a wide open 3 for Cam Heide, it's going the other way. So, I mean, it's a game that Texas, I won't say they're completely out of it. They are, as Joe says, 7.5 point underdogs right now. It does feel like this is not a matchup that's going to be great for them. It's on the road as well. They did well against Alabama on the road. But I just want to see if they're able to go in there and play with a similarly athletic team that is clearly bigger than them. Because if they can do that, it changes my viewpoint about what a lot they can do the rest of the season. If this is more like the Tennessee game and it's a, you know, not really a game at any point, then you just go, okay, well, they can't play size. They're not a big enough team to go play against size. So we'll see what happens tonight. I think it's a good indicator for the rest of the season, because this is, again, another team that's not ranked. They are a decent team. They're 12-6. They could be ranked. They're kind of on the edge of it. but I think they're 23 in Kim Palm. So they're not a bad team at all. And if you can compete with them, then it changes how I feel you can compete with a lot of other teams in the SEC. But if this is, again, the Tex team, then you're like, well, maybe you've just played some matchups that favor you, and you've got those out. So that's a question of what they can be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. If you know, this one is going to tell a lot about what this team can do going forward. You can only coach so much against size. I feel like if you're just completely outmatched in that department, then it's going to be really hard for you to win. It tells you a lot about how they're going to do going forward, about how they would fare in the NCAA tournament, because you don't know what you're going to get in the NCAA tournament. I don't know. I feel like if they can get this win, they'll be back on track, and you'll feel a lot better about where they're going for the rest of the season. But man, if this turns into another Tennessee, it turns into a situation of, well, anytime we play a team that's bigger than us, we're just going to get smoked out of the gym. And that's not a good way to look at your basketball team. So hopefully they can figure it out. If Voikatitis gets into foul trouble, I'm going to be even more concerned, because I don't have any faith in Lucina Traore. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't feel very confident about it. I hope it doesn't turn into another Tennessee, but maybe it'll be another Vanderbilt. You never know.
Yeah, Joe, I'm with you. You played Georgia this weekend. That's an even tougher matchup for you. So you really, this one is big. This is the difference between competing in the SEC or it's slipping back out and you're kind of falling back into that bottom third maybe of the SEC and you're not feeling as good about, those tournament chances. You're a bubble team right now, and you lose these games and it starts to feel like that bubble may not even be there. So they're getting better. I don't want to count them out of anything because they have improved. But it's another one of, I kind of got to see it to believe it. And until then, and no hair of the dog, I do not. I have not tried to have media access to home games. So I don't know. I feel like I still have a good relationship with everybody over there that does the media stuff. So I just haven't tried to get it. So I'm not. And I'm not running the games clearly for Craig anymore. So, but no, I'm still in a good relationship with everybody over there. So I think I probably could if I really, really wanted to, but if I'm not going to be there every game, then I don't want to do it. And I'm not going to be there every game. So I will watch it from home. And I also don't want to get mad and yell at Sean Miller. I don't want to don't want to do that. Matt, let's hit our picks here real quick. Before we move on, talk a little bit more NFL, but there are two big games this weekend. Since you will be gone Thursday and Friday, I want to talk a little bit about you with these two games. And we do know that the first one does feel like it's a bit decided already, but the line is 5.5. I would have thought this line would have been a little bit bigger than what it is, with no Bo Nix, with Jarrett Stidham, who has not played for the Broncos this season, has no stats so far. So, he doesn't really have we don't know what he's going to do in this system. He could be decent, could not be. We know the Patriots have played well. It's going to be, of course, cold as well, because it's always cold when you're a mile high up in the air in Denver. I believe the high is 32 at the start of the game. So another cold one. Maybe Drake May has some turnovers. If the Broncos can capitalize on them, they stay in this game a little bit more. What do you take on this game and your pick for the Patriots and Broncos at 5.5?
First of all, how is it even a debate that Matthew Stafford is not going to win the MVP over Drake May? I was just looking at the stats. He has 15 more touchdowns than Drake May. That's insane. Anyway, look, I don't feel good about Denver's chances in this game. I do think that there's a couple of things working in their favor, though. Number one, Drake May has been very erratic with the football the last couple of weeks. Number two, Denver has a really, really good defense that can force turnovers and keep them in football games. And number three, it's really, really hard to go to Denver and play football because of the altitude difference. And I know that's something that not a lot of people put stock into. But spend all of your time on flat earth and then go try to run, around the block in the mountains. It's really hard.
Yeah.
It's really, really.
Oh no, I've
really
always
hard.
heard this story about people drinking up there, and they're like, "Oh, I'm just going to have some drinks and I'll be fine." And then they start drinking, and they're like, "How?" It's like, "How am I so drunk already?" Like, it's altitude, man. It's like you
Yeah.
can't drink like you can back down coastal areas.
Yeah, it does play a big role. So I do think New England's going to win this game. I think it's going to be really low scoring, and I think Denver is actually going to cover. But I do have New England winning this game probably by a field goal, but I'm picking Denver to cover.
All right. Got Denver to cover in this one, which I get. Because again, the Broncos have played people close all season, and it's not like Bo Nix had as good of a season he did his rookie season as he did this season. So I think he's played well. Jarrett Stidham is an unknown commodity, but sometimes you can just go out there and stay in a game. It is not like this feels like it's going to be a 42-35 game. So if we say it's going to be a lower scoring game, then all you got to do is get a couple possessions. Now that New England defense has been really good. So I'm with you, Joe. If they put in Bam Bam Sam, all of a sudden it changes the outlook of everything, because we know Sam Ehlinger is just disrespected and one of the great quarterbacks of all time. And so we need to put him in the game. But I'm still going to go with the Pats to cover. I think it's going to be I think the defense is just playing really good football. And so I'll go with the other way on this one and go with the Pats. It just feels like we're destined to have the Patriots back in, so Boston sports fans can be complete lunatics again. I've seen some on my timeline that I know freaking out about everything that Denver does, and they're mad that Denver is allowing only Denver fans to buy tickets and not allowing New England people to buy tickets to the game. And so basically they put in the thing that it's like when you're putting all your information in, if your billing address isn't in the area, in the Denver or the whatever area, and then they said the Rocky Mountain area or something like that, then they weren't going to get you. So basically, if you were from New England trying to buy tickets and fly in, they were like, no, we want it to be our fans. So they were trying to keep people off from buying the tickets. Secondary market does not do that. You could still get tickets if you wanted to, but I like them all freaking out. I'm like, no, that's great, man. Load it up for home field. I don't care. Don't make it. Don't let Patriots fans show up in your town, ruin your town, Boston people. I think the Broncos are trying to do whatever they do. I think Sean Payton's still kind of an ass, but I think he gets the win. I think the Patriots get the win here. And Josh McDaniels cheats again somehow. So I'm just going to keep saying he's cheating. Also, I believe Josh McDaniels also ruined that franchise, didn't he? Didn't he almost ruin the Broncos?
Yeah, he did. So you're picking New England to cover as well?
Yes, 5.5.
Okay. All right.
All right. And then, Matt, Rams and Seahawks. This is going to be cold, 44 degrees, but not terrible. Matt Stafford is Matt Stafford. We know what he can do in big games. We know that they found a way to win, but the Seahawks feel like they are a buzzsaw. The line is 2.5 in this game, which gives you the respect they have for the Rams, because the Seahawks just destroyed the 49ers. Is this a close game? Is this a Rams win, blowout, or is this what do you see happening in this one, Matt?
I think it's going to be really similar to the last game they played in Seattle. Seattle forced overtime, and whatever happened in overtime happened in overtime. But I think it's going to be high scoring. I think that Stafford's going to come to play after last week. I think he's probably pretty disappointed in the way that he played in Chicago. He knows this Seattle defense pretty well. They know him pretty well. It's going to be a tough game. I think these are the two best teams left in the playoff field. But I'm picking the Rams. I got to stick with it. I'm picking them to win and beat the spread.
Well, I mean, they're underdogs, so they're
going to cover the -2 or the +2.5. They're going to win whatever.
Yeah, they're not surprising. And I think this is going to be a much closer game than we saw last week for sure. This is a Rams team that continues to find ways to win. I do think their time kind of runs out this game. And the 2.5 point line, I feel good enough taking the Seahawks, because the 3 point line, I don't feel as good about it. But I think that what the Seahawks have been doing defensively is going to basically, if you're able to slow down Puka Nacua, which no one has been able to do, he's able to find spaces in whatever they do, and Matt just hits him. and they are able to figure it out. I think the edge on this is Cooper Kupp knowing exactly what to tell Mac McDonald. This is what Puka does. I taught him everything he knows, not everything I know. And I think they'll be able to have the game plan where he's still going to be good. Matt Stafford's going to be good. Puka Nacua is going to be good because they're really, really good. But I do think that at the end of the day, the Seahawks will be able to pull away with this one, maybe a 3-6 point win, something like that, where they're able to pull away with the victory late and go on to the Super Bowl, and just a magical season for them. It does feel like Matt Stafford is maybe just not, he didn't play well enough last week. I know it's a cold. I don't know if Sam Darnold's going to play well in the Collier. The Charbonnet injury sticks with you as well. But I'll go with the Seahawks defense. That's basically what I'll go with, is the Seahawks defense to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad bet. They're 1-1 against each other this year. It could go either way. Hair of the dog, I've been to a game in Seattle as well. That was insanely loud. Funny enough, every time I've gone to a road Cowboys game, they have won in dramatic fashion. But yeah, and the Seattle fans are awesome too. Like, they thanked us for coming to the game. They were like, "Oh, thank you guys so much for coming out and checking out our stadium. Like, we really, really appreciate it. You should come back." And I was like, "Who are you?" Like, I'm not used to this. I was just at a game in Oakland last year, and I was in Washington the year before that, and they threw drinks at me. Great people in Seattle.
No, yeah, that's one of the fan bases you always hear is better. And it depends kind of on both parties involved, but yes, I know that there's certain places where it doesn't matter. You can be the nicest guy in the world, and they're still going to throw batteries at you. So you're like, who brings batteries to a game? What is wrong with you people? What are you doing with your batteries out here?
Somebody threw a mustard bottle at Lane Kiffin.
Well,
in
that's
Tennessee. So
yeah. I mean, Tennessee now has got to be like, well, we're not Ole Miss bad. We're not. I mean, he was a jerk to us, but I mean, he didn't leave while we were trying to win a national championship. Never even got us close to it. He's just a jerk.
Yeah.
He's going to try and coach everywhere and have everywhere mad at him before the end of his life, is Lane Kiffin.
What's really going to be funny is when Kalen DeBoer gets fired after next year, that he's going to LSU out in the cold and go to Alabama.
Matt, wanted to look at some of these NFL coaching changes that we've seen so far. We know we still got several openings because they seem to keep firing people. And of course, two really big ones still open in the Ravens and the Bills, which are perennial playoff contenders, and they are both still open. But we talked about a little bit John Harbaugh to the Giants and what that means to this Giants team. There was a whole scuttlebutt of why the contract wasn't signed for a while, was that he wanted to report directly to the ownership. And they were saying in the contract he would report to the general manager. And he was like, nope, I report to ownership. And his response at the end of that was, look, this just works better because if I'm not talking to owner, like, I know I'm not ever going to get my way. So this is what I'm used to, and this is what we go. And it's not that I don't want to be collaborative with everybody, but if ownership's not involved in what we're doing, then we can't win. And so I think there's some in that. I think the other part is John Harbaugh is like, I plan to be here longer than the general manager is. So I don't really want to have it in there that I got to report to whoever is there. I feel he could try and bring in his own guys here in a little bit, but definitely a home run hire by the New York Giants.
Yeah, this one scares the crap out of me as a Cowboys guy. He's going to be there for a long time. He's already got a lot of offensive weapons to work with, a lot of weapons in the trenches on the defense. I think he's going to get that thing turned around pretty quick. So really good hire by New York. I kind of wonder if he should have waited a little bit and gotten the Buffalo job.
Yeah, but I think he was better off in New York because the expectations, like, if he has to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years in Buffalo, or it doesn't work. Yeah, and now he kind of build a culture and everything in New York.
Yeah, they're going to be good for a long time. It's going to piss me off.
They'll be good.
Yeah. Oh, and the Eagles hired hiring Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator, I think is what I saw.
Oh, good Lord.
So they're going to be good for a long time on offense now. And it's going to be rough, man. It's going to be rough.
I thought they were hiring the That guy from the Cardinals.
I swear I saw Brian Daboll.
I know he interviewed over there. Hold on, maybe they're still interviewing people.
Interesting. Maybe I misread that.
But Joe, I'll say they have a really good chance, depending on who Philadelphia hires as their OC, to go worst to first. Very good chance. But it all kind of depends on that OC.
It does.
A questionable hire here, Matt, is Kevin Stefanski to the Falcons. Out of the coaches who were just fired this season and the ones I thought should probably get another chance, Stefanski wasn't one of them right away. There's no point I thought, oh, that guy's handled his business so well in Cleveland. He should get it. Like, I get that you can give him another job in a little bit, but like, let him go prove it again. And for them to bring him in and Tommy Reese now as the offensive coordinator, Arthur Blank, I just don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what his plan is in Atlanta because it doesn't seem like it's winning games.
Well, it certainly is very interesting that you're bringing in a guy who completely tanked the Cleveland franchise, or helped tank the Cleveland franchise. That ownership is not void of any blame, that's for sure. But they were anemic on offense. They were pretty good on defense, actually, from what I remember. But they can never get any offense going, and I understand they didn't have a real quarterback. They traded for Deshaun Watson, who was really good when he was in Houston and still couldn't make it work. I don't know. It just seems like I probably would have rather stuck with Raheem Morris for a year than bringing in a guy who couldn't win somewhere else. And now that guy's going to bring his offensive coordinator over, and like, you're basically just transporting the Cleveland staff to Atlanta. Is that how this is going to work? Like, seems like a very questionable move. Free Bijan. He needs to get a fresh start somewhere else, away from the toxicity that is Atlanta. I mean, I think that they could be turning into the new Jets, Browns, toxic trash franchise in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like, I don't know, Bijan may get his exit at some points because of them just basically going, oh, we can't win with these players. I don't know. Stefanski seems like apparently he's very convincing to some people, but I don't know what that hiring is. I don't know why you bring him in. Again, like, if you're not saying, I will give a lot of things to Mike McDaniel, who, again, you brought up Raheem Mostert the other day, earlier this show. Raheem Mostert had 18 touchdowns, and he's out of the league like 2 years later because of what Mike McDaniel can do, because it's that Kyle Shanahan run game. And if you think, oh, we shouldn't call Shanahan or we should call Mike McDaniel right now and be like, hey, you know what, you can make Bijan Robinson the MVP, like over Saquon, over Christian McCaffrey. This guy will be the MVP of the league because of what Bijan Robinson's able to do in that Mike McDaniel run system. And instead, you bring in Kevin Stefanski, who just goes, well, I didn't have quarterbacks. And you go, cool, we don't have them either. So we're never going to win.
Yeah. So I found my correction earlier for Brian Daboll, by the way.
Yes.
He interviewed for the Eagles job yesterday, and apparently they're not going to hire him because he wants the Bills head coaching job. And if he doesn't get that, then he's going to end up at Tennessee. So Brian Daboll is not going to Philadelphia. I just saw that yesterday and figured,
what are the Bills doing that they're interviewing Brian Daboll and Joe Brady? Like, if
trying
you
to keep things as similar as possible for.
Don't fire Sean McDermott. Like, I get you need to move on from Sean McDermott, but if you move on, move on.
Yeah.
You can't. It's like dating the girl's sister. She's still going to be as crazy. It's genetic. You don't want to. It's not going to be better because you're dating her sister now. So I don't know, but that, the fact that they promoted the GM and he's drafted, like, he's just done a terrible job drafting year after year, and they promoted him. I don't get either, but one of those reasons why Buffalo is not winning a title is not necessarily just because Sean McDermott or Josh Allen. It's because their ownership doesn't necessarily have the clue to hire the right guys in there. Another interesting hire is Jeff Hafley with the Miami Dolphins. This one felt, again, like I always get super nervous being a Texans fan of a Nick Caserio coming in and then going, well, I come from a well-run organization, so I'm just going to hire all my guys. And you're like, well, but you're not there anymore. And the ownership's different. Everything's different. You can't just bring in guys and expect it to be the same. Mm-hmm. And this is bringing in Jeff Hafley to take over in Miami, and doesn't seem like he really went the full interview process with everybody and made sure he picked the right guy, as much as he knew if I was getting hired, I'm bringing this guy with me. I think he's a heck of a guy, but he's also my friend. And my first thing in my new job is to bring in my friend. And I don't ever really like that. May work.
It might. And yeah, hair of the dog, I think they didn't they, Patrick? They hired Robert Saleh. But Brian Dable would be up for the OC job if he doesn't get the Buffalo head coaching job. Yes. That's what I understand. But I kind of like this hire for Miami, just in the sense that it's a completely different direction. You're going from an offensive minded guy to a defensive minded guy. Maybe he's going to change the way things go there. Kind of change their identity as a football team, which I think is a good trajectory to take if you're going to make a coaching hire. Like if this type of thing didn't work, let's try something different. Hiring a defensive coordinator as opposed to an offensive guy seems like the move that I would make. I don't know. I hope it works out for Quinn Ewers' sake mostly, but it doesn't seem like it's, going to work out for him either way. They'll be okay. They're going to be in a really tough spot though with New England and Buffalo, and at least they have the Jets in their division.
At least they have the Jets. Then we also get Tennessee hires Robert Saleh. This one I'm more interested in. I think Robert Saleh is a pretty good coach. We saw the Jets get worse after he left, and how much of that is just inept ownership in the team in New York and the Jets. And in Tennessee, it's not necessarily that much better ownership, but we saw Mike Vrabel have success there. Maybe not the success he's having now in New England, but see if Robert Saleh can go in there. I don't like it because I'd like them to hire really bad coaches as our rival for the Texans. But I'm all right with this hire, and especially if he brings in a really good OC, then it becomes much scarier with Cam Ward there and a guy who's maybe going to be able to help him build this defense a little bit more.
Yeah, I like Robert Saleh a lot. I didn't think he got a fair shake in New York, which isn't too shocking considering the franchise that it is. He deserves a fresh start. I thought he did a really good job with the 49ers, getting back to the 49ers this year and helping that defense hold things together despite all the injuries that they had and stuff. And his players seem to love playing for him. He seems like a really stand-up guy, and I think he does things the right way. So if he can get Brian Daboll as his offensive coordinator, then Cam Ward is going to have a really good career. I'll put it that way. Like they have a chance to be really good if those two things happen. So we'll see. I would have rather them hired, if I'm a Texans fan, I would have rather them hired like Josh McDaniels or something, but it is what it is.
Here the dog. That's an interesting question. It's up to like Cleveland, Jets. Raiders is an interesting one because the Raiders are not necessarily completely always awful. They just try and make too many splashes and it never works. Yeah. And so they just never really trust the process to go in and do it. But I would go with off the top of my head, it is Cleveland and it is the Jets.
Yeah, and then you probably throw the Cowboys in there.
But they're not the worst from top because, again, they make it to the playoffs plenty, but they just I don't think they're the worst. I think they're 100%, Matt. They're 500. They're right there in the middle. Right there in the middle.
Yeah, I guess so.
But they're teams still interviewing right now. The Cardinals are still looking for somebody. I don't know. You kind of just have to take someone randomly in this role. Like you're not getting a top name coach in Arizona. Nobody wants to deal with the Kyler Murray situation. Like the Kyler Murray situation is somehow worse than the Tua situation. So you're like, we just got this guy and nobody wants to be able to figure it out. But We'll see who comes into Arizona. They have a bunch of names that they have interviewed already, and they're probably just going to hire somebody that is not any good, but they'll pretend like they'll do what they did with the Eagles, which was everybody wanted Shane Steichen, so they hired Jonathan Gannon. So they'll do that. Baltimore Ravens. Now, this is a very highly sought after job. We know like Joe Brady's interviewed for this, Brian Flores, some of the guys like Clint Kubiak, Mike McDaniel interviewed. I mean, he's not going to be doing it now, clearly. Jesse Minter is a name that comes up a lot. So a lot of names have interviewed for this one, along with Buffalo. They're just starting their interview process, but they've already talked to Brian Daboll and Joe Brady. Like those two are clearly the top sought after positions and need to get the right guy in there, or else you can just destroy it really quick.
I don't know. I really like this team in terms of like they have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. They've got a lot of talent on the roster. I would want to know if I'm the new head coach of that franchise, like what went wrong last year? Like obviously Lamar Jackson's injury didn't help, but even when he came back, they were dropping games down the stretch. What is it that broke with this franchise this year? A lot of it was the defense. Like they have a ton of talent on defense, but they just couldn't get anything together. So if you can figure out a way to fix that stuff quick, I think it's a great job. But if you can't, then I don't know. I might want to stay away from it. Like it seems like it could go downhill really quickly if they can't get things fixed over there. Like Derrick Henry's not going to be Derrick Henry for very much longer. Like he might not even be that next year because he sort of showed signs at times of it this year that he was slowing down. So I don't know. There's a lot of upside to it, that's for sure. I think that Joe Brady or Brian Daboll would be really good fits there because they're good with that kind of quarterback. I don't know. I think there's a reason that they're probably interviewing Brian Flores because they want to reinvigorate that defense and get things fixed over there. So if they can do that, then I would feel pretty good about it. But it's an odd one to me.
Yeah. And what we see with that team too is, of course, there's always rumors about trading Lamar Jackson because there's always going to be rumors about trading Lamar Jackson. I think the main one would be the main ones right now are basically you're sending Lamar Jackson to Las Vegas in some package that includes the number 1 overall pick. And you basically restart with Fernando Mendoza and you try and come back in and say, well, we're going to restart. And, as much as we love Lamar and he's great to the city, it just never quite worked. So we're going to move off. And then the Raiders again get to make their splash as they always do. That is also another open position, which I don't know the name that would be a splash anymore. Like they've already hired them all. They're already paying all the splashes. We know Tom Brady is helping in this search. So, Josh McDaniels already ruined that franchise. So I don't know who they would go get now, but it does feel like this is going to be another coordinator guy that comes in. They were the guys a couple of years ago who I can't think of his name now, but they kept their basically special teams coordinator. They let him go and they brought in, a former player, Antonio Pierce, to come in and coach for him for a year, and everybody liked him. It was just always like, you're not bringing in the sharpest minds and these guys who are going to figure it out. You're just bringing in guys everybody likes, and you have to change that with this one. And yeah. I do feel if you're talking about someone that is really good but no one likes, then it's Tom Brady. Like, and people outside of the game like him, but like in the house, they were like, he's an asshole. Like he got done what he wanted to get done. Is what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, that's they're in an interesting situation because you're going to have the number 1 pick. You would like to have a solid head coach in place to rebuild your franchise if you're going to have the number 1 pick. So if they don't feel good about that, then and they can't land the right guy, then maybe the right move is to trade the number 1 pick. Get a lot of draft capital and then hire like a lame duck head coach to get you to the next season and hope that you have the number 1 pick again, plus all the additional draft capital. I mean, people talk about how bad of a situation Bijan Robinson's in. Like, poor Ashton Genty.
Yeah. They just
He
got to
has
do a
less
lot.
to work with than Bijan does.
Yeah. They just got to do a lot to get this team ready for where they want to be. And it's like, you got to bring someone in with some vision and that knows what they want to do. And not the Pete Carroll experiment where there was all the rumors that Pete Carroll came in and thought that they wanted to win right away. And you're like, well, why wouldn't they want to rebuild a little bit? Like, they're not ready at all. Like, why would they not want to wait?
Hire Mike Tomlin.
I don't think he's coming back. First of all, they have to trade for him too, but because he quit, not got fired, so we'd have to trade for him. Speaking of the Steelers, though, that's the last one, and a couple interesting names on that list include Brian Flores, who we all like. Okay, kind of makes sense. Maybe it's a little bit more of the same, but a different look and a fresher face in there than Mike Tomlin, but definitely someone you could feel could be the hard-nosed Pittsburgh guy that works. And then this name, Matt, Mike McCarthy. Pittsburgh native Mike McCarthy's name has come up, and some people say he may be the favorite to be the coach with all of his experience, with everything that he's got going, that they bring in. They go, we're not going to have him long-term. He's already in 60s, so we won't need him long-term, but he'll help us stabilize in the middle. And he did well with the Cowboys. I mean, not Super Bowl well, but he did well enough that he put him in the playoffs every year when Dak wasn't hurt. So it's an interesting name that I did not expect to come up really big in this coaching cycle, but apparently he's one of the more favorited names for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, he was also involved in the Titans coaching search until they ended up with Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
I mean, just from my own personal experience, I would hate this for if I'm a Steelers fan. I think he's incredibly overrated as a head coach. He had a generational quarterback in Aaron Rodgers that guided him through the those Pittsburgh or those Packers years. And he was okay in Dallas. Like, they did fine until they had a big moment, and then they kind of shit their pants. So I don't know. I mean, do I want Pittsburgh to hire a very mid-level average head coach and be fine? Yeah, I'd rather that than them hire a home run. So yeah, hire Mike McCarthy, please, for me, because I can't stand Pittsburgh.
All right, so we're saying McCarthy to Pittsburgh for sure. We got to do that one. And Tennessee.
How about some real coaching news, Patrick?
What you got?
The USC Trojans have just hired Gary Patterson as their new defensive coordinator.
All right. I mean,
congrats, Gary.
I thought PK would be the guy, but I guess they went with the guy that PK knew.
Yeah. Sorry, expected to hire, not officially hired, but that basically means he's hired.
I really thought it would be PK. I thought that was kind of an easier one for him to go back over there, but I guess you looked at that turnaround that PK's defense had, and a lot of people credited Gary Patterson, so you just went with Gary Patterson instead. But an interesting hire. Yeah, I've heard his name rumored about it a few times. Yeah, that's – look, if there's someone who can help Lane Kiffin – or not Lane Kiffin, Lincoln Riley with that defense, which is what he's had problems with years after years. Maybe if Lincoln Riley can figure out the offense now. He hasn't been able to do either one recently. So hopefully he'll figure that out. Hopefully not. We don't need USC to be good anymore. We had no need for that. Why don't we take our second break real quick, Matt? We come back. We'll wrap up the show and get you ready for the 6 o'clock tip of Texas versus Kentucky here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. you can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up here on a Wednesday afternoon. I just read Nick Casario has said he expects Nick Kelly to return.
Sorry, Patrick.
Terrible. The Chiefs look like they're bringing back Eric Bieniemy as well to be the offensive coordinator. He's not been there in a while. Went off, never could get the head coaching gig. Went off to try and prove himself in multiple ways, and then ends up right back where it was. But this may be also the plan of, well, Bieniemy, you're going to take over once Andy Reid leaves.
Could be. Thanks, Sarah the dog. I appreciate that. It's very Will Muschamp back to Texas vibes, you know?
Yeah.
Let's try and recapture some old magic. Give Pat Mahomes his guy back, you know? Could work.
It could work. They got to figure it out. Pat Mahomes has got to heal up first as well, because we know that, you know, he's dealing with a major injury at the end of the season. So he will have to get it done. Let's get to our meathead of the day real quick. Tom Izzo was going off on one of his players in the game. It is not just Sean Miller who has been yelling at his players more and more this season in the media. Player for Michigan State, Kerr Ting is his name. Kurteng. Kerr Ting was not playing very good defense. And here's the first clip of Tom Izzo in the huddle trying to piss off Kerr Ting.
Kerr, you can't guard my mother. My mother. Hey, they go. Run the offense through the ball. You ready?
If you missed that, that was Tom Izzo saying, Kerr, you can't even guard my mother. My mother is what he says to Kerr Ting. And then after the game, he was asked about that and why you would say that to somebody. Here's Tom Izzo responding to why he told Kerr that he could not guard his mother.
In the huddle, you yelled at one of your players that he couldn't guard your mother.
My mother's 99 and a half, too.
Did she have some game? That's what I was wondering.
No, that's the sad part. She doesn't have game, and he still couldn't guard her.
Well, the other thing I wondered is when you say something like that, crack a joke.
Oh, I was serious as a jaybird.
Are you hoping that it makes them kind of laugh and relax and play as they're capable, or if they laugh, do they get more trouble?
No, I'm the opposite. I'm hoping he's, the word starts with a P, off. I'm hoping that it ticks him off, and maybe he'll play better angry, because some of it was unstomachable, and I haven't said that much this whole year. So yeah, so he has, we're all flying back to East Lansing. He's flying to Appleton. Check USA Today tomorrow. Him and my mom will be going at it in a nursing home in a gym, and we'll see how he does.
So there's Tom Izzo just ripping and not the team, not just we didn't have effort from some guys, completely ripping apart one guy specifically, and she's 9.5 years old and can't play basketball, and he still couldn't guard her.
It kind of reminds me of that Patrick Ewing clip that went viral where he's like, "What kind of shot is that? Have you ever shot that shot?" It's like just going after one dude in the huddle in front of his entire team.
Yes,
that's a lot, man.
That is a lot.
I mean, good on him. He's earned the right. He's Tom Izzo.
He's Tom Izzo. He's been around for a minute. Yeah, I mean, he had fun with it, but still seemed brutally honest in what he was saying, and it was not as much fun. Matt, have a really fun time hunting. I hope you shoot everything you want to shoot, and it's a good time for you out there. You deserve the break after all the coverage you're doing over there at Longhorns on SI. We'll be for sure. Something big will happen right when you're focused on something. You got a buzz on your phone, and it'll just say, Texas fires Stark, and you'll go, "What? I have to drive back right now." We're gonna get out of here.
Well, luckily there's internet out there, so I'll be all right.
There you go. All right, we're gonna be back tomorrow. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, my man Stephen Nagati from Fanatic Perspective. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you tomorrow for more from Open Gym.